It's 9830
9830.
37
Sorry,
37
37
17
17
37.
37 9830 371737.
Can we join
Who,
the group, ma'am? Can we
Yes,
join
yes,
whose
ma'am.
using
number?
this number? WhatsApp group.
Actually, I am also not in that group. I am also
Okay.
requesting the admin
It
to
was
add me.
created by
So I will
students
going to
only.
message
It is
on that
whose
number. You
number?
can do the same.
Excuse
Name
me.
of the person?
This is admin's number.
I'm not aware of. I have just asked.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, okay,
Thank you.
fine. Thank you.
Ma'am, I can only hear now. So please tell me about the exam details or timetable details for first sem.
So once you are added in the group,
Huh?
you can access that in the WhatsApp group.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, good morning, all of you.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning, ma'am.
Just few seconds.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, very good morning. I upload PPT, just few minutes.
Ma'am, could you please teach us with respect to the exam point of view, as we have very less days to cover the
Yes,
whole syllabus?
exam point of view only I will teach you.
This PPT is on this Google Meet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ma'am, today starting cash flow analysis, right, ma'am?
Today?
Today you are doing cash flow analysis, right?
Last class what we have learned?
Final accounts, balance sheet.
Finalization account we have seen, right?
Depreciation.
The diminishing methods.
Okay, let us see today fund flow or cash flow or marginal costing. Which you want?
Marginal costing, ma'am, because there is a weightage, maximum weightage are there.
Okay. Let us wait.
Excuse me, Susie Kumar, sir, please mute your mic.
Can you see PPT?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, previous topic.
Ma'am, subject is accounting for measures.
Let us see today marginal costing and cost volume profit analysis. After that, next class we will see fund flow and cash flow. Okay?
Ma'am, ratio, ma'am.
Marginal, fourth unit, marginal costing and cost volume profit analysis. Okay.
Now can't see the PPT.
You can't see.
No.
Madam, can we go with unit 3 only, like in a little sequence?
Unit 3, it is a very big topic. It will take 2 hours. Fund flow and cash flow. So marginal costing, today we have only 1 hour, so we can complete marginal costing. Okay. PPT is clear?
No.
Now?
No, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, it is clear.
That is clear, ma'am.
Okay.
Clear, ma'am.
It's clear.
Now it's okay, ma'am.
Let us see. Please mute your mic. Listen. Let us say this is in unit 4, marginal costing and cost volume profit analysis. Okay. So what is marginal costing? Do you have any idea what is marginal costing?
Cost fixed based on
No, ma'am.
Marginal
Marginal
cost.
costing. Marginal costing basically ascertainment of marginal cost, and with a variable, it's a kind of a variable. I mean,
Simply we can say what is marginal cost. Marginal cost means additional cost of producing additional number of units. That is cost called marginal cost. Say for an example, if you are producing 100 units of product, per unit total cost you are incurring 1000 rupees. 100 units, 1000 rupees you are incurring, right? Now you have to incur, you want to produce 10 more units, 110 units you want to produce. So your total cost will be 1050. Instead of 1100, it is 1050. So what is marginal cost? That additional cost incurring for producing additional number of units. That 50 rupees for 10 units. That is the marginal cost. Okay. So the amount at which the aggregate variable cost. So the cost we can divide it into two segments. One is fixed cost. Another one is variable cost, right? What is fixed cost? What is variable cost? Fixed cost means remains constant at any level of activity. If it is 100 unit, 200 unit or 1000 units up to the maximum level of capacity, the cost which is incurred for the production, that is remains constant. There is no changes, right? But in case of
Hi, Money. Please turn off your mic.
right? So when you are what is variable cost? Variable cost means it is vary with the volume of output. When you are producing one unit cost incur 5 rupees. If you are producing 10 unit, 5 into 10, 50 rupees. So it will be vary with the volume of output. Variable cost is mostly direct material, direct labor and direct expenses for production, which what you are using. That is called variable cost, right? So when you are using this marginal costing using as a technique for taking various managerial decision making. So when you are taking managerial decision making, that is whether to accept export order or not, or whether what is the sales mix you can use it for attaining maximum profitability, and then whether to continue or shut down the production, like that. So many decision making you have to take. So that is why we have to use this marginal costing technique as a tool for taking managerial decision making. Okay. This how to calculate this marginal costing generally it will be used to take variable cost, sales minus variable cost, that is called contribution which you are getting sales minus total variable cost. This contribution minus fixed cost, that is called profit or loss. Okay, see here, this is the marginal costing statement. Revenue less variable cost, that is product cost, material, labor, overheads, whatever be the variable expenses you are incurring, deducted, that is called contribution per unit, less fixed cost, that is called profit or loss, right? This is the marginal costing statement. Generally, we used to analyze CVP analysis, that is cost, volume, profit analysis. How cost, volume, and profit analysis that helps to take various decision making, changes in selling price, changes in volume of sales, changes in variable cost, then taking accepting export order or not. So many decision makings you can take it with the help of some formulas. What is marginal costing equation? That is sales minus variable cost is equal to contribution is equal to fixed cost plus or minus profit or loss. This is the marginal costing equation, right? See here, contribution PV, we used to say calculate PV ratio, contribution to sales ratio, that is called profit volume ratio. In generally in accounting terms we used to say PV ratio. What is PV ratio? Formula is contribution divided by sales into 100, that is the percentage of profit which is covered in your sales, that is the contribution, right? So PV ratio. Then next we have to calculate the break even point. What is break even point? The point at which the total aggregated cost which is incurred for the production, which are equivalent to your total revenue. That means what? At that point there is no profit, no loss. That is called break even point. What is break even point? The point at which the total aggregated cost which is incurred for the production, which is equivalent to your total sales or revenue, that is called break even point. The point at which there is no profit or loss. Okay, 0 point. So this is the break even point for calculation of this formula, fixed cost divided by contribution per unit. So you can find out what is the break even point in number of units. If you want to get in money value, you can multiply by contribution per unit cost value, right? So fixed cost divided by contribution, total contribution amount you can calculate, you can get the total amount, or you can multiply by the fixed cost divided by contribution per unit into selling price per unit. Okay, so that you can calculate. See here, this take this problem, you can understand. Company produces a single article. The following cost data is given. Selling price per unit 40 rupees, marginal cost per unit 24 rupees, fixed cost per annum 16,000. Calculate PV. This is the examination point of view. They will ask you like this: PV ratio, break even sales, sales to earn a profit of rupees 2,000. That means what? If you want expected profit, if you want to expect 2,000 rupees profit, what would be the sales, right? What is the profit at the point of sales of rupees 60,000, that you have to calculate. New break even sales if the price is reduced by 10%. So you have to calculate all these things, right? So let us first calculate PV ratio. PV ratio means what is the formula? Contribution divided by sales into 100. What is your contribution? Contribution means sales minus variable cost is the contribution. Selling price per unit is given in your problem 40 rupees. Variable cost or marginal cost per unit, it is given 24 rupees. So what is your contribution? 16 rupees divided by 40 into 100. So what is the PV ratio? 40%. PV ratio is 40%. Contribution divided by sales into 100. Do you understand? Now we have to calculate what is the break even sales. They are asking break even sales, you can calculate in rupees as well as units, right? So generally we used to calculate fixed cost divided by PV ratio. PV ratio we have calculated already here, fixed cost by PV ratio, or we can take this formula also, fixed cost by contribution per unit. If you take contribution per unit, you can find out number of units in sales, right? So fixed cost we have given, it is given in your problem 16,000. So 16,000 divided by PV ratio is 40%. If you have calculated what is the amount of break even sales, 16,000 divided by 40%, that is 40,000. Break even sales is 40,000. If you want to show in number of units, that is contribution 16,000 divided by contribution per unit. Contribution per unit is 16 rupees. So break even sales is in units, 1,000 units. Or once if you have calculated 1,000 units, multiply by selling price per unit. Selling price per unit 40 rupees. So 1,000 into 40, 40,000. You can calculate by using PV ratio, or you can use contribution per unit or per contribution total amount. It is up to you, right? See here, next one, you have to calculate when the expected profit is 2000, what is the sales, that you have to find out, right? Sales to earn a profit of rupees 2000. So the formula is fixed cost plus expected profit divided by PV ratio. Fixed cost plus expected profit by PV ratio. So fixed cost is 16,000 is given in your problem, plus expected profit 2000 divided by 40%. So what is your sales? If you want to earn 2000 rupees profit, what would be your sales? Your sales should be 45,000. If you want to say in number of units, selling price per unit is 40 rupees. If you are 45,000 divided by 40 rupees, how many units? 1125 units. If you want to say in number of units, you can say, right? This is the sales volume. 45,000 is volume. Okay. Then next you have to find out what is the profit when your sales is rupees 60,000. So what is your sales into PV ratio? That is called contribution, right? So PV ratio we know already calculated 40%. 60,000 into 40%, that is contribution. Contribution is how much? 60,000 into 40%, that is 16. How much it is? 60,000 into 40%, 24,000, right? Minus fixed cost. Fixed cost is given in your problem 16,000. So what is the profit? Profit is 8,000. Okay. Then next one is new break-even sales. You have to calculate new break-even sales. If the sale price is reduced by 10%, selling price already what is given? 40 rupees. 40 rupees into 10% is how much? 4 rupees. 4 rupees if it is reduced. Now that means what? 40 minus 4 rupees, 36 rupees is selling price. So what is your new break-even sales? So new break-even sales you have to calculate new PV ratio. So what is your PV ratio? Contribution by sales. Sales is 36 rupees minus variable cost is not changing. Only selling price is changing. Okay. So variable cost is 24 rupees. Selling price 36 minus 24. So how much it is? 12 by 36 into 100. So PV ratio is 33.33%. So now you calculate what is the new break-even sales. Fixed cost is 16,000 divided by 33.33 into 100. That are 1/3. 16,000 divided by 3 into 1. So how much it is? 1 by 3. 48,000. Not into. This is divided by. 16,000 divided by 33.33%, that is called 48,000. This is the new break-even sales. If you want to say in number of units, 48,000 divided by 36 rupees. Selling price is 36 rupees. So how much will it will be? 48,000 divided by 36 rupees. So what is the number of units? Break-even sales in number of units. What is the number of units? Tell me. 48,000 divided by 36. 1,333.33 units. Break-even sales. Okay. Do you understand this problem? Do you have any doubt?
Ma'am, can you please explain again the new break-even sales?
New break-even sales, when your selling price reduced by 10%, what is the new break-even sales? It is the question. See here, see your question. New break-even sales if price is reduced by 10%. Okay. So selling price is 40 rupees. What is 10%? 4 rupees. 40 into 10%, 4 rupees. 4 rupees if you are reducing, what is the selling price per unit? 36 rupees. So you have to calculate new PV ratio. So what is PV ratio? Contribution by sales into 100. Contribution means sales, new selling price is 36 rupees minus variable cost is 24 rupees divided by sales into 100, right? So 12 divided by 36 into 100, that is new PV ratio is 33.33%. What is the formula for break-even point fixed cost by PV ratio? So fixed cost is 16,000 divided by new PV ratio is 33.33%. So if you are calculating 33.33 or 1/3 divided by 1/3, that is 48,000. If you want to say in number of units, 48,000 divided by 36 rupees is the selling price. So number of units 1,033.33.
Profit at sales, please explain.
Profit or
Profit at sales of rupees 60,000.
so when your sales is 60,000, what is the profit? They are asking what is the profit. So here sales, if your sales, this one, if you want to earn 2,000 rupees profit, what is the sales they have asked, right? So 2,000 expected profit. If you want to earn 2,000 rupees profit, your sales should be 45,000. Here, when your sales is 60,000, what would be your profit? That is the reverse question. Okay. So how to calculate sales into PV ratio? That is called contribution, right? What is contribution? PV ratio, right? Contribution, that is PV ratio, sales into PV ratio, that is contribution, that is 40%. For 60,000 into 40% is how much? 60,000 into 40%. 24,000, right? Contribution is 24,000 minus fixed cost is 16,000. So what is your profit? 8,000. You understand this? Okay. Let us see one more problem you can understand. From the following information, find out PV ratio, sales, margin of safety. They have asked all these things. Okay. See here, let us calculate PV ratio. PV ratio, what is the formula? Only what is given in your problem informations are given only fixed cost 40,000, profit 20,000, break even point 80,000. This is the information given in your problem. You are required to calculate PV ratio. So PV ratio means we need contribution, right? So contribution we do not know. So we have to find out with the help of this information. Only fixed cost is available, profit is available, break even point is available, right? So what is our marginal costing equation? Sales minus variable cost, that is called contribution. Contribution is equal to fixed cost plus profit, isn't it? Contribution are equivalent to fixed cost plus profit, isn't it? So your contribution, we can find out fixed cost is given 40,000 plus profit is given 20,000. So what is your contribution? Contribution will be 60,000, right? So now variable cost is sales we do not know. Sales is not given, but instead break even point is given 80,000. So with the help of this break even point formula, we can find out what is the this one answer is given, right? So 80,000. What is the formula for break even point? Fixed cost divided by PV ratio. PV ratio we want to find out, right? Fixed cost divided by PV ratio is equal to break even point is given, that is 80,000. Fixed cost is given in your problem, that is 40,000, divided by PV ratio we do not know. Answer fixed break even point is given 80,000. So if you bring PV ratio this side, PV ratio is equal to break even point into PV ratio, right? So or we can find out this 40,000. Here 80,000 is there, no? So 40,000 divided by fixed cost by 80,000. So what is the PV ratio?
0.5.
50%. PV ratio bring this side. So 80,000 divided by 40,000. So automatically the PV ratio is 50%. Okay, you understand this? The answer is given. You have to find out PV ratio. Right? Next one, you have to have to calculate sales. What is the sales? How to calculate? Say contribution into PV ratio. We can find out contribution, right? So sales we do not know. PV ratio we have calculated here 50%. What is your contribution? 40,000 plus 50,000, 20,000. Fixed cost plus profit contribution we have. So contribution 60,000. PV ratio is 50%. So for 50% it is 60,000. What for 100%? So sales will be 1,20,000. You understand this? Sales, how you are contribution generally how we calculate sales is if it is given this much into PV ratio, if you multiply you can get contribution, isn't it? So in this case contribution we know, PV ratio we know, only sales we do not know. So in that case how to calculate contribution divided by PV ratio. So we can get what is the sales. Sales is 1,20,000. The next one, margin of safety. Margin of safety means actual sales minus break-even sales. Margin of safety, the formula is actual sales minus break-even sales. That is beyond the break-even point. What is the profit? That is called margin of safety. So actual sales, what is given in your problem, we have calculated here 1,20,000, isn't it? Here we have calculated actual sales 1,20,000 minus break-even sales is 80,000 is given. So what is your margin of safety? 1,20,000 minus 80,000. The margin of safety is 40,000. Okay. Do you understand? Now, see next one. This is the very important method. 2 period sales and profit informations are given. No contribution, no no other variable cost, nothing is given. Only 2 period 2010 and 2011 sales and profits or informations are given. You are required to calculate PV ratio, break even point, profit when sales are 1,80,000, sales required to earn a profit of rupees 12,000, margin of safety in the year 2011. These are all the question you have to find out, right? So let us first we have to calculate PV ratio. So 2 period sales and profit, if it is given, the formula for calculating PV ratio is change in profit divided by change in sales into 100. What is change in profit? Change in profit means the difference between the 2 period profit. So second year it is 13,000. First year it is 8,000. What is the difference between these 2 period profit? That is called change in profit. So change in profit is how much? 5,000. What is the change in sales? Change in sales is 1,40,000 minus 1,20,000. So 20,000. So 5,000 divided by 20,000 into 100. That is the PV ratio. So what is the formula? Change in profit divided by change in sales into 100. So what is your PV ratio? 25%. 5,000 divided by 20,000 into 100. So 25% is the PV ratio, right? Do you understand? Next, you have to find out break-even point. So when you are calculating break-even point, what is the formula? What is the formula for finding break-even point?
Fixed cost to PV.
Fixed cost divided by PV ratio. Fixed cost divided by PV ratio. Fixed cost is given in your problem. Is not given. You have to find out. Only PV ratio we have calculated here 25%. Right? So when fixed cost is not given, how to find out? How do you find out fixed cost? Do you have any idea?
Sales minus profit.
Contribution is equal to fixed.
Very good. Contribution minus profit, you can find out fixed cost. You take any period or sales. Any period, say for any period sales you can take. 2010 sales, if you are taking 1,20,000 into PV ratio, that is called contribution. Okay. So 1,20,000 into 25% is how much? What is your contribution? 1,20,000 into 25%, that is 30,000. Contribution is in the year 2010, contribution is 30,000. 2010 profit is 8,000. So 30,000 minus 8,000, what is your fixed cost? 22,000. If you are taking second year also, no, same amount you will get it. So 1,40,000 into 25% PV ratio. What is your contribution? 1,40,000 into 25%. How much? 35,000, right? So 35,000 minus profit is 13,000. So how much will be the fixed cost?
22,000.
22,000. Do you understand? So what is now you apply the break-even sales formula, fixed cost divided by PV ratio. Fixed cost is 22,000 divided by PV ratio 25%. So break-even point is 88,000. Do you understand this? The next one, profit. Profit when sales are rupees 1,80,000. So when your sales is 1,80,000, what is the?
I'm sorry to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt. This is the last bit of
This is
it.
1,80,000 into PV ratio 25%. If you calculate, that is the contribution. So 1,80,000 into 25%, contribution is 45,000. Less fixed cost 22,000 we have already calculated. So what is the profit? 23,000. When your sales is 1,80,000, the profit will be 23,000. The next question, sales required to earn a profit of rupees 12,000. So what is the, if when your expected profit is 12,000, what would be your sales? That is the question. Okay, so expect fixed cost plus expected profit divided by PV ratio. That is the formula. Fixed cost is 22,000 plus expected profit is 12,000 divided by PV ratio 25%. So sales will be 1,36,000. If you want to earn 12,000 profit, your sales should be 1,36,000. Next one, margin of safety in the year 2011. So what is the formula for margin of safety? Actual sales minus break-even sales. So actual sales in 2011 is 1,40,000 minus break-even sales 88,000. So margin of safety is 52,000. In 2010, margin of safety 1,20,000 minus 88,000. So how much it would be? 32,000 will be the margin of safety for 2010. Do you understand? This kind of the problems are examination point of view, you can expect. Anyway, the problem number 1, 2 or 3, these are all examination problems only.
Ma'am, how much mark would this problem continue?
Yes, ma'am?
For how much mark would this problem appear, ma'am?
Part A or part A, small problem they may ask. Part B they will ask. Part A and part B they will ask. Sometimes part C also, because this time for you it is 15 marks only, not 20 marks case study. They may ask in part C also. We cannot say. In part C sometimes case study they will ask you only simple decision making problem. Let us see, these are all the decision making. What are the decision making situation? Profit planning, pricing of the product, selection of product mix, key factor or limiting factor. Key factor or limiting factor means any shortage. When your raw material is shortage, or labor hours are shortage, or machine hour is shortage. When it is shortage, if you are producing 2-3 products, 2-3 types of product, so which product if you produce maximum, you will get maximum profitability. That is the key factor or limiting factor. Then make or buy decision. Make or buy decision, you have to, suppose your company is yielding loss. So in that case, whether all the parts no need to buy. Some parts you may buy from market or you may produce. If you are producing, if it is profitable, you can produce, continue. Or if it is loss, you can lose it. Okay, you have to buy from market. So you have to, that is why you have to take decision making for make or buy decision, right? Accepting the export order or not. Generally export orders, they may ask very less price than the internal market. So what is the benefits if you are accepting export order? You can get revenue, that is foreign currency you can get, then income tax subsidy, export subsidy, many benefits are there. But at the same time you cannot sell it very lower price, loss. You cannot incur loss. So you have to how to take decision making with the lesser cost of export order, whether to accept or not. Likewise, shutdown or suspending activities. So whether if you are incurring continuously loss, so you have to take decision making whether to shut down, close down your factory or continue to produce. So you have to take, these are all the decision making situations. This kind of problems will be given in case study, right? So let us see some problems. See here, a company has a machine number 9 which can produce either product A or B. The total cost data relating machine A and B, selling price A, selling price, variable cost, everything are given. Okay. Right. Information, selling price, variable cost, contribution, these are all the informations are given for product A and product B. Capacity of the machine 1000 hours. So in 1 hour's machine 9 can produce 3 units of A and 1 unit of B. So which product should machine 9 produced? So if you want to attain maximum profitability, here this is the key factor or limiting factor. What is the limiting factor? Your machine hours is the limiting factor. So total machine hours are available only 1000 hours, right? If you are producing product A, it requires 3 units for 1 hour machine hour, right? 1 hour machine hour, you are producing 3 units. Product B, if you want to produce 1 unit, requires 1 hour. 1 hour you can produce only 1 unit. So now we have to find out. So product A to produce maximum number of units or B. See here. So you have to find out what is the contribution per machine hour, that you have to calculate. So contribute sales minus variable cost. Selling price 20 rupees, this is 30 rupees. Variable cost 14 rupees, 18 rupees. So contribution per unit is how much? 6 rupees. Here 12 rupees, isn't it? So contribution 6 rupees, 12 rupees. Now we have to find out what is the contribution per machine hour. So number of units, that is 1 hour, your 1 hour is 6 rupees. So 3 units you are producing. Per unit contribution will be 2 rupees for product A. Product B, 12 rupees, isn't it? Product A, 6 rupees for per unit. So 3 units into 6 rupees, what is your contribution? 18 rupees. Product A is 18 rupees. Product B, because 1 unit only you are producing. So contribution per hour you have to calculate, right? Per hour 3 units you are producing product A. This is per unit cost. So you have to calculate per hour. Machine hour is the limiting factor, right? So here, what is the contribution per hour? 18 rupees, 12 rupees. So which product gives you maximum contribution, that gives you maximum profitability? So that product, if you produce, you can attain more profitable. So contribution 1000 hours. 1000 hours, what is your contribution? If you produce product A, profitability is 18,000. If you produce product B, the contribution will be 12,000. So which product will you prefer?
Product A.
Product A. So you have to suggest, if you produce maximum number of products A, you can get maximum profitability. Okay. See next one. Meat and company which makes different product. The budgeted data for the next year. The management considering closing down division C. If there is no possibility of reducing variable cost, advise whether shut down the division C or not. So we have 3 divisions. We have to calculate. We have to take decision making of whether to shut down or continue the one division, right? So you first you calculate sales minus all variable cost, that is called contribution. So what is contribution? Contribution product A you are getting 78,400. Product B 35,000. Product C contribution is 19,600, right? So now what is the fixed cost? Fixed cost is 28,000, 14,000, 28,000. So here product C you are incurring loss. That is why you have to take decision making. So you have to take decision making based upon your marginal costing. So contribution, if it is in minus loss value, you have to take decision making. We have to shut down. right? Shut down the division C. But contribution you are having in plus value, 19,600 is the plus value. So if you are increasing your sales of C division, your profitability, your loss, you can compensate, you can increase your profit. Isn't it? The decision making you have to write like this. So division C contribution is 19,600. The company can raise sales in division C. There is a possibility of earning profit. So we can no need to go for shutdown decision. We can continue the production in C division. That is the decision making you have to write. Do you understand? See next one. Following budget has been prepared. 70% level of capacity, 4,200 units. The expenses are given. Total expenses. The selling price in India 15 rupees. In Sri Lanka about 800 units. May be sold only at rupees 10, and in addition 25 paise per unit will be the expenses as freight charges. Do you advise trying to market in the Sri Lanka? So local market, your capacity is at present level of capacity, 70% level of capacity, you are producing 4,200 units, right? So if you want to produce maximum level of capacity, what is the number of units you can produce? 800 units, right? So 70%, 4,200. Now what for 100 units? 100% of level of capacity. So 800 units if you want to produce, and if you want to market in the Sri Lanka, per unit cost in local market, how much it is? Indian market is 15 rupees selling price. They are asking you 10 rupees. So whether we have to take decision making, whether to accept this export order or not. So we have to calculate what is the contribution. See here, sales 4,200 units, 800 units, 10 rupees you have to calculate. 800 into 10 rupees, 8,000. So material cost remains same, variable cost remains same. So you have to calculate material cost as per given in the problem, and freight charges you have to only calculate for this export order. 800 into 25 paise, that is 200. So total marginal cost is this much. So sales minus cost, variable cost, contribution is 27,300 is the local market. Export order, if you are accepting 800 units, your contribution is 1,000 rupees, additional 1,000 rupees you are earning. So fixed cost which is given in your problem, it is 7,000. 7,000 will be the remain same. Whether you are accepting producing 800 more or not, you have to incur the same 7,000. The fixed cost will no need to incur for this additional 800 units, right? So if you are clubbing all this profit, total contribution is 28,300 minus 7,000. Profit will be 1,300. So 1,000 rupees additional profit you can earn when you are accepting the export order. So we can accept. Why? Because when you are entering into the international market, your sales will be increasing in future, and also you can get export subsidy, income tax exemption, so many revenue, foreign currency revenue, many things we can get it. Right? So you have to write your decision making like this. Suppose your contribution is not giving 1,000 minus, it comes in minus. So in that case, we can drop out this export order. We can reject this export order. Okay. See the next one problem. Two products A and B, material cost, labor cost, selling price. On the basis of the above information, you recommend manufacturing if labor is the key factor, if material is the key factor. So labor and material is the key factor. So what is your decision making? So you have to calculate contribution per key factor. You have to calculate selling price minus variable cost, that is contribution per unit. You as you calculate it. Product A, you will get it 31 rupees, here 15 rupees. If you are taking material is the key factor. Material, how many units you are producing here? 25 per unit material cost is 2 rupees 50,000. 25 units you are producing. So how many units are required? 25 divided by 2 rupees 50 paise. So how many raw material are required for producing product A? 10 units. Product B, 45 divided by 2.50. So how many units? Material, how many units are required?
18 units.
18 units. 45 divided by 2 rupees 50 paise, 18 units. So contribution per unit of material, that is how much it will be? 31 rupees divided by 10 units. So per unit of contribution, 3 rupees 10 paise in product A. Product B, 15 rupees divided by 18 units. How much it is? 83 paise. Right? So which gives you maximum profitability? Material cost per unit. Cost per unit in product A gives you 3 rupees 10 paise. Product B gives you 83 paise. So what is your decision? If your material is the key factor, which product will you produce more?
Product A.
Product A. If you produce product A, when material is raw material, will be the maximum profitability. Let us come to the labor is the key factor. So labor, how many hours are required? Product A, it is 1 rupee per labor hour. 12 means 12 hour. 12 by 1 rupee, 12 hour. So product B, 1 rupee 50 paise. So 15 divided by 1 rupee 50 paise. How much? 10 hours. Right? Product A, 12 hour. Product B, 10 hour. So contribution per labor hour is how much? 31 rupees divided by 12 hour. 15 rupees divided by 10 hour. So in product A, 0.258 paise. Product B, 1 rupee 50 paise. So when your labor is the key factor, product B, if you are preferring producing more, we can get more profitability. So these are all the decision making. Decision making problems will be given in the part C question, case study. Right? Likewise, product maximum capacity, 50% capacity will merging. 50% capacity of machine A, machine B will be given. You have to 100% level of capacity if you are making. How what is your decision making? Like that also they can give you problem. See here, these are all the decision making problem. Profit planning, pricing of product, mix, selection of product mix. So which mix if you produce more profitability? For that all decision making you have to take based upon contribution. Which gives you maximum profitability, that you have to choose, right? So make or buy decision, accepting export order or not, shutdown or suspending activity. So all this decision making problem will be given in the examination point of view. It's a case study question. Sometimes this kind of problem, calculation of PV ratio, margin of safety, break even point, this kind of problem will be given in part A and part B. Definitely,
Hi,
this
hi,
chapter
ma'am.
you will get more problems. Yes.
Yeah, actually, I just want to know what is the question pattern. Can you please tell us?
Question pattern, it is A, B and C. Right? So A part, it is given in your website itself. You can go through that. Previous pattern is totally different. You are June student, right? Your syllabus, everything is revised. Internal marks, 25 marks you have. So 75 marks is the external. So 15 marks your case study. Remaining 60 marks for part A and part B. Part A 5 question. 5 question into 4 marks, 20 marks. Part B 8 marks into 5, so 40 marks.
Okay. And what will be
Excuse
the
me, ma'am.
internal pattern, ma'am? Internal examination pattern?
Internal examination 1 marks question. You will attend in online. Multiple choice question.
Okay.
Ma'am, can you just repeat that external paper distribution of the marks?
Part A 20 marks, 4 marks per question. 5 questions you have to attend. 5 into 4, 20. Part B 8 marks. 5 into 4, 8, 40 marks, 60. C part 15 marks. Case study. So 75 marks is the external. 25 marks internal. The 25 marks, that is 1 mark question. Answer A, B, C choice based they will be given. So you have to choose online. You have to write exam.
Thank you, ma'am.
And when internal exam will be held, ma'am?
Internal?
Exam 1 internal exam.
That we will announce. We will announce. Not
Ma'am,
MBA.
if university side exam date will be 21.
Any one of you talk. I don't understand.
Ma'am, out of any, how many questions you have to attend? 5 questions, ma'am.
8 questions will be given. Out of 8, 5 questions you have to answer it. But C part, there is no choice will be given. C part, only 1 question will be given.
Ma'am, 75, what is the passing criteria, madam?
Everything it is given in your website, ma. Website you go through all these things. Okay.
Ma'am, whether we can use scientific calculator for exam, ma'am?
No, scientific calculator not allowed. Simple calculator allowed. Mobile also not allowed.
Okay, ma'am.
Ma'am, for our new batch, it is not mentioned in the website. That's what we are asking.
Which one, ma?
For our batch, we don't have much clarity in the website. So we are a bit confused.
What's your doubt?
Ma'am, when is the expected exam date, ma'am, for external?
External December 26 onwards.
Ma'am, they will officially announce us, ma'am, through mail or through that channel?
You go through our time to time, you go through our website. Online application only will be announced.
I think in the website they already shared.
Ma'am, before how many days they will announce, ma'am, at least for the exam? Like 10 or 15 days earlier they will officially announce?
Definitely.
I think officially it's already announced that starting 21st, the roster is shared.
No, that is not official actually.
Yes.
Excuse me, ma'am. Actually, exam date is already announced.
Announced, huh? Okay.
And
21st December.
21st.
Ma'am, actually no, ma'am. Like we haven't got any official mail, ma'am. Like we don't know. Like the 21st is who have given the 21st, but we haven't got any mail like that. Officially, we haven't got any information for external
Emma,
examination.
you don't expect individual mail. It may miss out. Individual mail or individual SMS. We used to give group SMS or mail, whatever it is. Sometimes it will be missing. So you always you go better. You go through our website, Distance Education Pondicherry University website. You go through the information. Okay.
Ma'am, like how many
Is
days
there any
earlier
problem,
they
madam?
will?
Is there any form fill up for the examination?
Online, yes. Online, you have to online portal. You have to fill. Online portal, you have to submit your application.
In the DD website, the homepage down.
Yes, homepage it is there.
Yeah, homepage down. The it is published.
Yes,
the timetable is published.
Yes.
Ma'am, when it will be online form will be filled?
Huh?
When the examination form will for MBA first semester will be filled?
You see,
From 1st December.
Even I do not know. That is the examination part work. I also do not know. I have to go through.
No, from 1st December exam form will be filled.
Yes, you have to online only. Online portal you have to fill.
Whether the internal exam will be conducted after
We
external?
announced no before that. Before that we will announce.
Ma'am, for internal assessment, MCQ material will be provided, ma'am. MCQ material.
No, we will not.
For internal assessment.
Internal assessment, we will ask question. We will conduct the exam. We will not give material.
Okay, ma'am.
Internal questions are based on syllabus only, right?
It is multiple choice question.
That all comes from our subject only, right?
Subject, yes, from your subject within your syllabus only.
Okay.
Also, ma'am, could you please provide us with a blueprint where we can know, the weightage of each lesson? How much marks
that we cannot say. It depends upon the question paper setter. We cannot say what is the weightage for each syllabus. All units are equivalent.
Ma'am, the timetable which we have got, it is mentioned like academic year admission CBCS students only. So what is the CBCS? It belongs to us?
For your batch, June batch, your choice-based credit system is following from your batch only. June batch.
July 2023.
Yes, July 2023 batch onwards, we are following choice-based credit system. You are having internal marks, all these things, 7th paper, everything. Okay.
Ma'am, could you explain bit about the fees structure, exam fees structure?
Next faculty is waiting for you, and I have another class, third year class, second year class. I have. Please, I have to quit it. Okay, next class we will discuss.
Ma'am, any model for external exam?
Hello guys, you are getting the ID card.
No, not yet.
Huh?
Not yet.
No, still I don't get the ID card.
Good morning, all of you.
Good morning, ma'am.
Able to hear me?
Good morning. Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Okay. So we'll continue our session from last week. Just give me 2 seconds. I'll upload the PPT.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Or we have a doubt that we already got some timetable regarding exam as it is scheduled to be conducted on December 21st. Is it true or not? Is it correct or not?
Just hold on 1 second. Yeah. What are you asking about the schedule, right?
Yeah. We already got a timetable like December 21st will be the exam date.
You got the
Is it correct
timetable in
or
the
not,
website,
ma'am?
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that is, you see, 1 second. You have to understand one thing. Okay. Why we are not giving you the answer is exams are conducted by controller of examinations, not by DDE. Okay. So we also see the schedule through the website.
Okay.
Do you get my point? It's the
Okay.
conventional section and they take. So if you have the schedules in the website, that is right. Authenticated information which comes in the DDE website.
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt. We are getting like 2 to 3 kind of timetable under the some notifications. So which is for which?
See, you open DDE website.
Okay, ma'am.
In that scrolling, it is flash news will be there. All these kind of important informations will be in the flash. Okay, it will be scrolling. You can check the
Yeah, ma'am. Under that, all MBA something is displayed. Under that only they have enclosed 3 types of PDF.
See, you are July 23 session, okay?
Okay, ma'am.
So there is December 23. Second line you see exam timetable, July 23 admissions, CBCS students. You are CBCS students, okay? You are the first batch to have choice-based credit system.
Okay.
Right? So that is the timetable for you. Why we have to separately mention that is, as I mentioned in the last week class itself, you have 7 subjects, whereas your seniors had only 5.
Okay, ma'am. Then from 21st onwards, we are having this external semester offline exams. Then when we will be having internal exams, like you said, like in online mode?
Announce later. Why do you worry? We will announce later after the examinations. Okay.
So after this only we will be having, ma'am.
Yes. Usually, actually, we will conduct the internals before external exam. That is the pattern. But you can see that your batch admission itself was dragged for a long time till October. So that's why we are conducting your classes in November. So we are having a very small window. So we don't want to pressurize you the internals also before externals. Only as a special case for your batch, your set first semester only we are conducting after that. So from your second semester onwards, everything will be on time. So we will conduct the internals before the externals.
Yeah, one more
Madam,
question on the
questions
exam.
will be objective type, the 75 marks question paper.
No, that's
75
also.
mark question paper will be as usual external exam type. A, B, C, 3 parts you will have. A part you have to have answers, small answers, short answers. B part will be descriptive and C part is a compulsory case study question.
What is the pass mark in the external and internal?
75, 50%. So 75 means you have to take 50% of that. 34, 35. Sorry, 37.
And for
Ma'am,
internal?
study material will be enough for the examination?
What is that?
Your study material will be enough for the examination?
Yes, of course. Study material is to enable you to understand the concepts according to the syllabus. But you are PG students now, you are actually studying a professional course. So you have to have the curiosity and interest to explore more. Take more things. Say, actually, this is a management subject, right? I don't know whether your management concepts have been
Yes,
started.
ma'am, but we are
Read a lot of
interested only,
advertisement,
but
read a lot of business news, gather a lot of information which is practically implied. Because this is, as I told you, it is more practical than theoretical. How much examples you give in the examination, I'll give you more marks, right?
yes, ma'am, but we are running out of time, so we are just focusing on exam point of view this time. That is why we are asking that this textbook is enough or not.
Yeah, and
I don't get you, Jay Guru. What is that?
This time we are running very out of time, so that is why we are asking whether this textbook is not on that like.
Yeah, study material is enough. If you don't have time, you just study material. That is more than enough for you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, internal exam. Ma'am, last class you told that internal exam assessment will be conducted after the external exam, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you,
yeah,
ma'am.
another question on the marks, right? So
One more question, please. Give you time for Pranab Rai. Yes, Pranab.
yeah. So on the marks, can you clarify? So you said 50% marks or 37 marks for the external. Is there a pass mark for internal also, or just attendance is good? Like
No.
earlier it was
No.
50 marks. So
No
like
pass
together.
mark for internals, but attendance is mandatory.
Okay, and earlier it was in 100 it was 50 pass mark, but now the pass mark is 37 in a way we can think about
Because
it.
that was exam was for 100 marks.
Yeah.
Now also see, understand clearly. Now also, your total should be 50. External plus internal.
Okay,
Right?
that was my point. So
Yes,
together
and
together
okay,
is
for
still we have to make it.
all of you sake, I'll tell you, there are 3 parts in this, okay? One is internal, external, total. 3 marks. So internal, there is no pass mark, but attendance is mandatory. You have to attend the internals. Even if you attend and get 0 marks, no problem. In that case, you have to get 50 in the externals to get through the paper. You get the point? A is internal, B is external. So A plus B should be 50 to clear the paper. Are you able to understand? So if you get...
Ma'am, in that case, if we get in external 30 marks and we
No,
got
that
25
is why... Yeah, that is why I'm saying again 3 parts. External, there is a pass mark. You have to get 38 to get through the exam. Otherwise, you have to rewrite the external exam. Until you get 38 in external,
Ma'am, one
you
more
have...
question, please.
Yes?
Hello, ma'am. So I'm from the northeast. For what about the exam center? Can I choose the nearest state?
Yes, you can choose any exam center for every semester. It is not the same. Okay, when you are filling up the exam form for every semester, you can select your own exam center for that particular semester. But once you have filled up, you have to write all the exams in that one particular center only. You cannot change that. Okay. For second semester,
How do we know internal exams?
yes.
How do we know in the internal exams?
How do?
We know the internal exams.
As for now, we are planning to conduct in online. Okay, as for now, it is online. In future, it may change.
Ma'am, still
Ma'am,
I
online. Ma'am, online.
please say one
Online.
by
One
one.
by one. Yes, Anju?
So, ma'am, still I don't get the ID card for DDE.
You have to immediately write to DDE help desk an email. Okay, they'll be dispatching. You will get, as I told you, as per UGC regulations, we have extended the admission date till October. So everything will be for this semester. It will be like pushing up. Okay. Once you finish off the first semester exam, you will see that it will be smooth sailing. You will have 6 months for the next semester. Everything will be neat and clear. Okay.
Ma'am, could I say?
Yeah, Surajit Ghosh. Yes.
Ma'am, I'm telling you, ma'am, internal exam is home based or center based?
Internal exams are
Home based. I mean home based online or center based online?
home based online.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, thank you.
As for now, can we giving is as for now. Once the decisions are taken, then we will be circulating it, announcing it to you through online. Okay. So wait till that. Now you concentrate only on the external examination. Finish that first. Then we will have time for internals. Okay.
And
Don't worry about that now. Yes, Naina.
ma'am, do we have any solved paper so that we can prefer it? How to write the answers and case studies? Any solved
No.
paper?
No.
Okay.
Ma'am, one question.
Yes.
What is the minimum percentage of attendance for the internals?
For internals.
Yeah.
Only one time. For each subject you have to write once. So 7 internal exams you will have a schedule. As per that you have to write.
Is there any attendance criteria attached to it?
Yes, you have to write all the internals. Attendance is mandatory. If you are not attending one paper, you have to write it in the next semester. No other go. Internals is mandatory.
Ma'am, what about filling up that exam application, hall ticket process, all those things, everything through website, ma'am?
Sorry, I don't get your question. Come again.
What about
start the class?
Yeah, if you are finishing, I'll be happy to start the class.
People,
what
please, can
about
we have
that
questions
exam
after the
application
session?
form?
Yes, Jayaguru. Last question, yes.
Exam application form filling all those process, ma'am.
It will be online. Everything is online. Okay.
Okay.
You will have in the examination icon itself, exam application form. Don't forget to fill it up. The window will be very short. Okay.
Ma'am, for the internal exam, they will get the particular time or
See, I told you for internals, wait. After externals, you can have time for all these things. Now concentrate only on externals. Okay. Once all the rules and regulations are formed, we will be
Can we start the
giving
class?
it to you. Okay. So shall we start the class now? Yeah,
Ma'am,
thank
it's
you.
already 11:20.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I think if I'm right, we have left with this one, okay? Concepts. So we will be going to the next one. Okay. So we will be seeing the framework. So just see, as now your papers also have increased, the number of sessions for these papers, OB and other theory papers have been decreased. So I will try to do justice within these 5 hours, given 5 hours. So if you feel that I am rushing, if you want anything to be repeated, kindly ask. Okay? Right. So we have to be now doing it by the second semester. Second session, it is already late. Okay. So we call this as the framework of OB. Okay, framework means where we are working in. Organizational behavior, how this is working in this setup. What are these setups? We call this environment as a task environment. When you enter into a job, when you get into the job in the morning, it is called as a task environment. You are given with something to start, process, finish, give the report and go. Right? So you are given with a target. So you are working in this framework with 3 important things which tilt or modulate your behavior. What are that? People around you. Okay? Technology and the structure. We call this structure also as a social structure also, because apart from the people, what you are, that also matters. So this is the, a framework of an employee's mindset when he comes into the work in the morning. Okay? And also there is another one model of framework which is called as 3 parts: behavioral, cognitive and social cognitive. Okay, this is more important. How you are looking at yourself, how you are behaving in a setup where you have a lot of pressure, you have a set target, you have your personal goals to meet, you have peers to satisfy with, all these things together. Okay, so we divide this into 3 major models. One is behavioral framework. What is it? Observable behaviors. So what do? We observe. We are being observed. We know that. Do you understand the point? You know that you are being observed. So what happens? Your behavior has this phenomena of being oneself when nobody is watching, and another one,
to keep up the image when somebody is watching. Right? So observation. At the same time, you are also observing others. Your reaction, your action, most of the time is based upon the other person's actions and reactions also. Okay, so this framework we call as behavioral framework. The next one is cognitive framework. Apart from the behavior is what do you say? It comes involuntarily because of your what do you say, habits. You are used to be yourself. At the same time, your cognitive thinking is also working. So what that says, which is modifying your behavior most of the time, what does it do? It is calculating the expectancy, what I will get of this action. Right? Say for example, every action we do that. Many times we will understand, many times we don't understand. Right? Say for example, when you are taking the medicine, what is the expectancy? You want to get treated. When you are taking a feast, what is your expectation? To crave, satisfy the craving. Are you able to understand the difference? The cognitive understanding of the expectancy. What am I going to get of this action? Right? That will be always in the backside of the mind. Then demand. What I need to do this action or not to do this action. And the incentive. What I will get out of this. Are you able to understand? So this is the cognitive framework which will be always working. Further, you see, if you want to get into this deeply in the psychological framework, what do we say? This will be like our mind will be always perceiving and judging. Okay, so perceiving is like you are sensing things. We call it intuitive feelings, right? You will feel that this is what is going to happen. If I do that, this will be happening. Perceiving things, right? So what is it? Sensing and thinking. At the same time, sensing and intuitive feeling. At the same time, we are judging also. What is judging? What would be the output? What I'm going to get? See, because this is how we are built. We need something when you do something. Give and get. So what happens? You will be judging also. So this judging is done by two major platforms called thinking and feeling. What you are feeling, what you are thinking. You can always see that two kind of things will be always happening. One is through brain, one is through heart. Right? Because heart has more empathy and sympathy and brain has more sixth sense of calculating. So this judging also will be having two kind of things. Thinking, right? Monica, can you mute? And feeling through the heart. So your personality actually we will be seeing Monica, Adi, Samu, please mute. Okay, I muted. Okay. So
Can you please mute?
yeah, I muted, right. So what I was saying, yes. So what happens, so we will be based on judging, perceiving and judging will be the thing will be automatically going on for whatever action or reaction we will be doing. So this kind of model is called as cognitive framework. The third one is social cognitive framework. So this is a reciprocal interaction between the cognitive, behavioral and environmental determinants. See, because these two cannot separately happen in most of the conditions. These two are interrelated. What you are calculating and what is your behavior is simultaneously happening. And when the third factor of environmental determinants also get in, we call it a social cognitive framework. Right? Because see, for example, I'll give you one example, you will understand. In the office that you are insulted or something, someone has given abuse words to you. Okay. So your behavior is that you want self-respect, so you will be getting angry, right? But your cognitive framework also will be working. If I get angry and slap the person, what will be the result? I may get suspended or I may even get fired, right? So social cognitive framework is a combination of all these. What you will be thinking, other apart external determinants also. What will my wife or the spouse say if I leave the job? If I hit the person, I lose the job, what will happen? What my neighbors will say, what my friends will say, how I will be projected in front of them. All these things together modify your behavior. Whether you are going to slap or just cool down is depending on these three frameworks. Are you able to understand? So this is the next framework of OB, how the OB happens in any organization. Okay, right. So this is the next thing. Next topic we have come to that. See, all these are the theories. Okay, so just that's why I am rushing up. Once we get into the important part, we will take more time to explain. Okay, already we are running late. Okay, so the next topic is self. This is understanding you. It's very simple if you take it in that way, like you have to understand yourself to understand others. If you cannot read yourself, first of all, how can you read others, right? So self is an important understandable topic. You have to dig, or you have to dive into you to find you. Okay, when you are able to do that, you can easily handle the other people, right? It would be very, what do you say, maybe illogical when you hear it, but when you practice, believe me, this works wonderfully, right? So what is this self? I'll give you one small word. In Tamil, we call the God as Kadavul. Tamil word for God is Kadavul. So when you divide this word, it is Kadavul. Exactly, it translates into jump into yourself or cross into the threshold of yourself. That is Kadavul. Right? So why I said that is exactly what we are going to see. Usually, according to the psychological theory, we say 4 kinds of self theory are there. 4 kinds of self. Okay, every individual. What are they? First one is self image. What am I according to me? Right? What am I according to me? I have my own image. Like, see, everyone, for us, our face will be beautiful, isn't it? I have a beautiful image physically. I always talk sweetly. Another one beautiful image. I have this kind of empathetical quality. So these things are self-image of yourself. The second one is idea self. Idea self is, ideal self. Ideal self is how I want myself to be, right? Ideally, this would be very nice if I am like that. For example, see, if I am a little bit tall, how nice it would be. If my voice is a little bit sweeter, how nice it would be. Ideal self. If I don't get anger at all, or if I get anger, how nice it would be, right? So ideal self, how I want myself to be. Third one, looking glass self, right? What I am looking like for others. When that is mirror. When you are looking into the mirror, like how the society is looking at me. So my friends, peers, family, what is the image they have of me? We give a lot of weightage to that, looking glass self. Always, we need to be looking good, presentable, beautiful. If it is not for, because we are not going to see ourselves all the time. Do you get my point? If you do that, it is for others. You want to present yourself good. So that is another one, what is it, dominant self theory. The fourth one is real self. True you, not these three. Right? If a person is able to win all these things and make this as a single image, that is, what do you say, self-actualization maybe. Like Buddha, one who can realize, right? One who can present what you feel, what you want to be, what others are seeing, is the real you. Do you get my point? So this is self theory. At the short, I know it's very complex theory, but I am giving it in a very short form, but no other go. If you have any, as I told you, if you have any doubt, you can raise your hands and ask by that time. Okay, because See, the purpose of having the class is to make you understand. The purpose of the class, according to me, is not to complete the syllabus. Just I will say whatever and finish off. Right? So if you have doubt, ask and let us finish it there and then and there itself. Okay. The next topic is someone has raised the hand. Aishu Hari. Yes. Yes, Aishu. Ashraf Abdul. Are you muted?
Ma'am, some people have raised their hand from before. They are not
Oh,
asking
okay,
questions.
right.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
This is Ashraf. See, I could not attend last classes. How I can cover the last classes? This is the first time I joined.
Oh, so this is the second class actually.
This is the second class actually. Yes, I know. Because I could not attend the last classes. So how I can cover up?
In the office, because I think the classes are getting recorded, but I don't know whether they will be uploaded in the website due to some technical,
No,
space.
in YouTube it is.
It's already there. It's already there in the YouTube channel. If you go.
If it is in YouTube, you can check that. Okay. Right. Okay, come back.
Okay.
So the second is organizational image and self-image. Right? So why we have to extend the self theory to organizational image, because a person when getting into a job in another external place, what happens? He modifies a behavior involuntarily most of the time, right? Due to, as I told you, due to pressures or cognitive behavior, behavioral framework, whatever it is. So organizational image has to do with the self-image. What is this organizational image? Every organization has one kind of image. If you are working in that organization, you will be attached to that organizational image and look. Right? Say, for example, a person is working in a task mark shop. Maybe he is a manager, but still, he will be automatically related to the alcohols, right? Where the society is not giving that much of respect. I don't know. I'm talking about the old generation. Now maybe you will get respect, give respect. I don't know, but just for example, I'm saying. I think you'll get my point. The organization where you are linked to will have an effect on the self-image, right? That is what this theory is about. So we call it as POP, perceived external prestige. It's external and it is perceived, but prestige is true. Okay? So what happens? The organizational image has the effects on your job satisfaction, your commitment towards the organization, and your well-being, your performance at the workplace. Right? If the organization has a very good image, it is a topmost one. Say, for example, he is the best employer, like Infosys, like they got award. When you are saying where you are working, you will have the collar up. You get my point? Or you are working with a startup. Nobody knows. Your friend is asking, where are you? Your voice will be a little low, POP. You are perceiving external positions, saying slowly, I joined a startup started by this person. Oh, where is it? We don't know. You feel a little bit, what do you say, a little low. Because organizational image may not be matching with your ideal self or true self, whatever it is. So, this is the relationship between the organizational image and the self-image, right? Right. The next topic is self-efficacy. What is a self-efficacy? Self-efficacy is the your belief, what you can do, right? What you can do, what you are doing, and what should be given to you. When these three things are taken into consideration, we call it as self-efficacy, right? I've given you the 5 models, like social persuasion, why you are doing that, because of the society, and the marriage experience, physical and emotional states of you, how you are managing that, vicarious experiences, performance experiences, all these things together, we call it as self-efficacy. That is exactly your belief on what you can do, but how you are getting, oppressed by the other determinants or factors in the society as well as inside you. Okay? So that is self-efficacy. So So with that, we complete the unit 1, which we have done long ago. So now we are getting into today's session, which is very important, perception and learning. Okay. So we start with, this is also an extension of understanding the self. Okay. So perception and learning. What is perception? What is learning? The perception is your way of interpreting things. Okay. So that is why everyone have their own perception. Right? See, for example, any sensory information you get is interpreted by unique ways. If 1,000 people are there, there may be 1,000 perceptions, right? Say, for example, a small like smell, a smell is given. That is a sensory information, right? The sensory information, how it is interpreted in various ways is, the sensory information touches the brain, okay, and there it is trying to retrieve your past experiences. It is related with the smell, okay. So what happens? This smell where I have already experienced, what it could be. So your past experience are picked up, it is retrieved, and this is linked with that information, and the emotions connected with the past experience will be dominating. So a particular smell can be a triggering effect for a trauma or happiness. Can you believe this? Do you accept this or not? A simple smell.
Yes.
Anyone? Yes. I have seen many people who will start crying because of a smell. If I ask what happens, why? If they have understood their self, they will be able to explain the chain of thoughts which past experience a smell has triggered out. What is that past experience? How much it is healed or unhealed? Why that past experience is creating the sadness again? Okay? Do you get my point? So perception is that much deep. How you interpret is totally unique, only to you. Okay? So you can see that the characteristics of the perceiver, target, and the situation, all these things will play a lot in the perception. Okay?
सुन रहे हैं इधर आइए आप सुनिए पहले सुन रहे हैं आप सुन रहे हैं हाँ
I muted Lakshmi Ja. Kindly mute yourself, okay, when you are talking to your family. Right. So, do you understand the perception now? Any doubts?
Yes, ma'am.
Because why I'll say some of the topics I'll give time because they are very important. They are the foundations to get move upon, okay? Right. But many of the time you can say the perceptions can be wrongly perceived. They have interpreted wrongly. You would have experienced this many times with your spouse or friends when you are fighting. You may say something in your own perception, but they will take in another one sense. You will not be able to make them understand. You will be hitting your head. Why the simple thing they are not able to understand? Do you have the experience?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Why they are not able to understand? They have linked
Because they
your
think in different
statement.
points.
Yes, they have linked your statement with something else. They would have got hurt. Say for example, you would have just example I am saying. You would very what do you say, in a pleasant way or in a like a chellam way. You are calling your spouse or your friend like gadhe ki tarah kaam karte ho tum. You are working like a donkey, right? You are saying in a very funny way to make them happy. Do you understand? But they may jump, they will get angry and they will shout. You will not understand what happened. I just say in a funny way that you are working like a donkey. What might it have triggered, that morning in the office, somebody would have told that you are a donkey, you are not able to work. So now what happens? The perception, when you say that word, it will dig up something, bring some unpleasant memories, and that irritation will fall on you. Are you able to understand? So these we called as barriers of perception. What are they? Selective. Selective perception is some people would like to put everything into boxes, categories. This will be this. Very adamant. Like, they already have in their brain, in their memory, a lot of boxes, compartments organized. So whatever comes to them through the ears or eyes, whatever sense it might be, they want to label them. That is selective perception. Labeling is a very like a disorder it is, for some people. Very adamant they will be. They cannot take in new boxes at all. Stereotype. Stereotype, the meaning itself. So when someone is saying something, you will, or when some taste is there, that you will stereotype it. Right? Then the next one is first impression error. You might have done something in the first impression, then it is very hard to change that perception later, impression later. Okay? The next one is projection. So how the other person is projecting you, why they are perceiving. So like this, there are so many barriers for perception. When you see how to handle this, we learn all this theory so that we will be able to understand and handle people in the organization. That is the purpose of studying this paper, right? So when you are learning all these theories, try to apply from today itself. Right? When some person is saying, try to analyze why he is doing like that, why I am reacting to that like that. So you can see that slowly you will be able to cool down, calm down. You will be very composed, Once you are able to understand yourself, you will be able to start understanding other selves. And what happens? You will be a very matured, calm, composed person. You will not be triggered because you understand that why the reaction is happening or why the action is happening. So what is the best thing, you can alter your emotions and reactions, right? So when you learn these barriers of perception, so you try to avoid those barriers in the future if you want the other person to perceive your statements clearly. I have given a small example here. If you see, both are right, right? Yes or no?
Yes, madam.
Yes, ma'am.
Both are right. Where is the problem?
Yes, ma'am.
Both are standing on opposite sides. So if you come to the other person's side, if you are not able to pull the other person to your side, you go to the other side, right? So simply when you understand that both are right, only the perception is different, then you can handle that. You get my point? When you become a manager or you are a subordinate who want to handle your manager, whatever the case may be, understand this. Okay. So what is perception? I have given in the points. The reality, understand the situation, what is the context where you are taking it from, the memory from you or the other person, what the memory is bringing to you regarding that particular information, the knowledge you have, what you have studied about, what it could be, cognition, what you are observing, what is your cognitive brain is saying, vision and the other sensory system, not only vision, hearing, sensing, smelling, tasting, all the sensory systems play a vital role in perception, right? So when all these things together act in your brain, you perceive some information. Is it not really a miracle? Just now you are reading that these all things work for perceiving. But 12 hours when you are waking up, leave the time of sleeping. We are continuously perceiving something, right? We are continuously interpreting information. So we are continuously doing this. All these things are acting behind our brain to make you understand something. Do you understand now why you are feeling tired after a day's work, even if you are sitting and working? Your brain is working behind when you are doing something, studying, writing exam, doing. It is not only physical work that will exhaust you, brain eats a lot of energy. So brain work exhausts more. So a simple perception, just to now I am talking, right? You are understanding or you are observing, you are learning, whatever it is. You are perceiving something, right? But for that perception, for every sentence I am making, you are doing all these things. You are behind your brain, behind your memory. All these things are happening continuously. right? And this is why you can see there may be pauses we call PAUSE, pass. You may see that that's why while talking, while giving this lecture, in between I'll stop, right? Why is the time, buffer time for you to come out of the previous perception. Otherwise, what happens, you will leave 2-3 sentences in between. When I'm saying about the spouse and fight, half of you might be thinking about the fight in the morning. You will leave what I am talking for the next 2-3 sentences. Do you get my point? So perception is a continuous, complex process. That is why whenever you are addressing audience,
अन्य लोग हैं, आप सभी ने टर्न अराउंड किया है और सुनिश्चित किया है कि कैसे इसको आगे जाए। और मेरा तो मानना है कि हम वो दिन देखना।
I muted. Others kindly mute. So when you are addressing or when you are making a particular important meeting or you are talking to an important person, give time for them to perceive. Give pause in between. Simple pause. 3 seconds, 5 seconds, right? That will clear them to make them ready to receive your next statement. Right? As I told you, vision, hearing, everything is in working. So you give time for them to adjust for the next one. Okay? Right. So the next one, we come to learning. Perception is okay? Are you able to understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Learning. Learning, I don't have to explain more, because all of you are learning. You know what is learning, what is a learning curve, what it happens. Just I'll give a small testing up of those things. So learning is a change in behavior acquired through experience. Right? This is the first thing. Remember that.
Ma'am, perception and bias is the same thing or different thing?
What is Ravi? Come again.
Perception and bias is the same thing or different thing?
Perception and bias. No, it is different. Perception is how you interpret things. Biased is a biased perception. You are perceiving in a biased way. Why? Because past experience. Right? Say for example, you hail from some one particular place. Okay. In a place there are 2 persons asking for your help, asking for water or something. One is asking in your mother tongue, other in English. Right? You may involuntarily give the water to the mother tongue person. Why is that? Biased perception. It is not wrong. You are tilting a little bit because you are used to that. Your sensory system of hearing is more inclined towards your mother tongue. Simple. Right? So it is a little bit biased. So bias is a kind of perception. Like barriers, I told you. One of the barriers. Partiality and bias. Right? Okay. Learning. So first sentence, if you understand that, everything is over.
Ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am,
Yes.
one more thing is that
Sushmita,
by discussing about perceptual process,
yes.
in our test there are some other factors.
Yes.
Which factors we may have to select for our exams?
I don't get you. You are asking what to write for the exams.
If you are discussing about perceptual process.
Yes.
Okay, then you are telling some concepts regarding learning or something. Okay. In our text, there are something other factors are there.
Yes, of course. As I told you, we have only 5 hours, right? So I am giving you the gist of all the things what we have. Otherwise, we cannot be able to finish in 5 hours. Do you know the regular time for this subject? 32 hours.
Okay, okay, ma'am.
Department, right? So if you have doubts, you ask Anton. Okay.
Okay.
Right. So learning. Learning changes the behavior. That is why learning comes in OB, right? Whatever you learn, that becomes an experience, right? So the experience makes you a better person or whatever it is, but changes your behavior, right? So behavior has a direct effect with the learning you have. So every day, it is not that only what you study through the books, that is different. Learning is experience, what you go through every day, right? So we are learners till our last day. We will be learning something, right? Say for example, you would have how to say that example, like you would have seen that children or teens or in 20s will be talking a lot, okay? They'll be chit-chatting, always blabbering. You can see that when they grow old, for example, when they are with the grandfather or grandmother, you can see that they will be only listening to what these people are saying. They will not talk back. They will just listen, they will smile, and they will have a very sincere listening. They will listen each and every word, which the mother and father will not do. You get me? My mother and father will be doing some work and just to say, the children will be talking. Okay? So you can see this is the steps of learning. What happens? The grandfather or grandmother is learning every day, so they become a kind of silent. They are very contented because of their own experience. They see a lot of world. So that becomes when you are in the old age. Right? So the learning never stops. That's why I wanted to say that. The learning is in the highest peak till 5 years. Do you know that? Till 5 years, the brain is very active. Whatever you put, it will take. It is like a huge bowl. You put whatever you want, it will grasp like a magnet. Right? The force of brain will be very fast within 5 years. After that, it becomes slow. That is why we say the learning curve is very steep. 5 years. You can teach whatever you want, not to write. Remember, don't force your child to write. Through the eyes and ears, say or show them, they will learn everything just within their grasp. That is why you can memorize and make them memorize songs. That is why you can see rhymes are given in below 5-year children, because the memory force will be more when they are memorizing more. It need not be meaningful. It need not be anything. Just to make them memorize some song or whatever it is, so that the brain becomes active and bigger. It's simple. So learning is that. So whatever you learn, it changes the behavior. Right? So again, it is an explanation. It is a process of acquiring understanding, knowledge, behavior, skill, value, attitude, preferences, everything. Right? All these things comes through your experience. Experience comes through learning. Simple, you have to keep your eyes and ears open. You will be automatically learning something. Right? So we say there are some theories in the learning. I'll say simply in small brief way. Classical conditioning. Classical conditioning is making one person conditioned to elicit the solicited behavior. I want my employees to be groomed. Right? I want them to be neat, perfectly dressed, groomed to the office. This is the behavior I expect from my employees. How do I get that? This is a challenge. Classical conditioning. We can condition the behavior. Right? So this process, operant conditioning, classical conditioning, we call it as Pavlov's theory. Pavlov is a person, psychologist, who has proven this theory by using a dog and saliva. How by, like, for example, 12 o'clock, he will ring a bell and feed the dog a biscuit, a cookie. This will be going on for some time. So the sound of the bell has a consequence of a cookie. Your mind gets conditioned to that. You perceive that the sound of the bell and the smell of the cookie will be together. The taste of the cookie will be together. 12 o'clock every day, getting conditioned. After 2 months, right? No sound, no bell is ringing. The dog will salivate automatically without the bell sound. It knows that you are going to give a cookie. After some time, only sound, no cookie, automatically the dog will salivate. So through this, a lot of various experiments, he proved that conditioning can be done. Operant conditioning is giving with a consequence. If you are doing that, you will be punished. If you are doing as I expected, you will be having an incentive. Negative or positive motivation or consequences. Right? So this is what we will be doing in HRM called motivation. How do you motivate the employees? Classical conditioning, operant conditioning. You are conditioning their behavior so that it becomes a habit. It becomes the behavior after some time. They will be used to like that. See, for example, in this one, grooming. If they are not cutting the nails or they are not properly dressed, what we can do? Cut the salary, negative punishment, negative consequence. So automatically you are conditioning to the operant called that they have to come in the groomed way to the office. right? So conditioning of the behavior. Reinforcement theory is another one theory which is reinforcing. Simple. You do it again and again and again, say it again and again. In Tamil we used to say erumbura kallum kariyum. That means if the ants are going in a line in a rock, after some years, even if it is rock, even if it is small ant, you will see the rock is eroded. Reinforcement theory. When you do it again and again, say it again and again, it becomes the behavior of a person. Right? So reinforcement theory is also a kind of learning. Okay? Right, we are running out of time, so let me try to finish as much as possible. What is 12 o'clock? Another class you have. Okay. So the next one is personality. This is a very important topic. Just with this I will finish. Okay. If you have any doubts in personality, we will see next week. Okay. What is personality? Personality is what is you. What are you made up of? Right? Usually we have a myth. We misunderstand that personality is the physical appearance of a person. He has a very good personality. That means we used to say that he is looking very smart and beautiful. No. Personality is including your internal and external thing. Right? What you are inside. That is also your personality. Right? So every personality, every person has their own unique personality. The combination of all these things, skills, abilities, the perception, attitude, value, and ethics, moral they have. These combination differ from each person to person. Are you able to understand? The percentage of skill and ability, and so you become unique. The same percentage may not be present in another one person, for sure. Like your, what do you say, the trait. So what happens? Every person has a different personality. Every person is unique. No two person you can expect the reaction to be exactly the same. Right? So everyone is important in their own life. Their personality is very important for their existence. Right? So it is, what do you say, it is a very cruel thing, to play with one's personality. So remember that. Personality is a maybe invisible, but it is tangible. It is very much physical. So never mess with one person's core personality. That is a very cruel thing to do. Right? So personality, what it is, a relative stable set of characteristics that influence the individual behavior. So as I told you, it is like a core, inner core, right? So it like, imagine like a earth and a core. So this core is personality. It has a lot of layers, like magma and lava, various layers. I have more skill, less ability, very poor perception, but I have a good attitude, I have very good ethics, I am a single individual person, right? So this set of core decides my behavior. Are you able to understand? So the percentage of these elements inside the core is produced as a reaction that comes out as a personality. Okay? So what are the determinants? Why this core is like this? What is this core made up of? How I got the skill, how I got the values, how I got this attitude. These are the reasons. What are the determinants? Family, culture, education, friends, religion, food, etc. Lot. Now you should ask, does food have a relevancy in the personality? What you eat determines you? Yes. Right? Your family has a important role? Yes. What is your family? Where you are coming from? Your personality has a bigger chunk because of your family. The culture where you are coming from, right? Education, what you had, what you have learned from the world, what you have learned from the society, friends, family, your relatives, what your religion is teaching you, right? All these things make you as a person you are now. But you have full freedom of making the actions and reactions out of this code. Behavior can be modified. The percentage of this code is gradually changing and getting modified because of your experience every day through your learning. Are you able to understand? Say for example, you may be coming from a very atheist family, like you believe in God, you are a very religious person, but your education abroad or your friends or your learning of the nation, what is happening, you may come out of that. You may say that I don't have a religion. Are you able to understand? That makes you your personality. You have the full freedom of changing this every day. That is why in the first class I told you, what you know of a person yesterday is not true. He might have changed today. So you cannot predict the behavior based on yesterday's your friend. Today your friend might give you a new behavior. Are you able to understand? Today he may be another personality. Are you getting the point? Right. So with this I stop here because of the time limit. So we have to still see, we have to continue the second unit, and then we have to rush 3, 4 and 5. Let me see, whatever possible we will be able to. Okay. So as I told you, next week also, if you come with a little bit preparation, it will be
Ma'am,
easy.
ma'am, excuse me, ma'am. I'm
Yes.
interrupting.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. Could you could you share us with this PPT? So it will help for.
Yes, I'll share. I'll share. Once the class is over, I'll share. Okay, because I'll be doing some modifications every week. Once it is over, I'll share.
Ma'am, exam pattern.
Exam pattern. As I told you, it is A, B, C. A part small question, B part descriptive answer, C is compulsory case study. You remind me, I'll teach you one case study in the last class. Okay, how to write the case study. Very important, learn that. It is 15 marks, compulsory question. You need to know how to write a case study, right? I'll teach you for theoretical subjects one day before the last class. Okay, remind me in the next class itself.
Okay, ma'am.
So the case study will come
Thank
from the
you.
book or
Thank
it
you, ma'am.
will be an audio?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Jacob, are you attending the class, Jacob?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, any feedback? How is it okay?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any other doubts?
No,
No,
ma'am.
ma'am. No, ma'am.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So we will meet next
Okay,
week in
ma'am.
class. Okay.
Welcome, ma'am. Welcome.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, good afternoon, students.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, we'll start the class.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. And actually, we are given the top subject, business environment. We have to complete the total 5 units in 5 days. Means 5 Saturdays or 5 Sundays, whatever it may be. So in the 5 hours, we have to complete this syllabus. So it is not. It's very difficult to complete the syllabus in 5 days. So what we do is, um, with a glance I give and importance I will tell. That is, if I think this is important, I can teach you that one. But it is, if it is totally syllabus chapter wise, means it is not possible to complete it in 1 hour. So let us go. Last class we are talking about the environment. What is environment? What is culture? And what are different microeconomics and macroeconomics? What are microeconomics? Sorry, microeconomic environment and micro environment and macro environment. How they are differ from each other. Now, what are the environments you have? So we have only the external environment. Normally, we say business environment, which comprises of political environment.
Sir, request you to please upload the PPT. Last class also we doesn't have.
Yeah, not because it is a short duration. I cannot prepare the schedule. When once you complete the topics, I'll give it. No issue. Importance are there. I'll do it.
Very good afternoon, sir. Sir,
Yes.
just wanted to ask few questions regarding the examination, as we have received the timetable yesterday itself, and it is a very very few time we are left with to prepare for the examination. So, can you just help us out how to prepare in this short period of a time? because we received the book just few days back, and now the classes have been taken, and within 10 days of a time we are been actually asked for the examination. So we are, all of us are getting really panicked, and we are not understanding how to proceed with the thing. Management is doing their part, like they are giving the classes and everything, but we
Actually,
cannot take.
1 minute I'll talk to you
Yes, sir.
because I don't want to waste the time here. What are the inputs I'm giving here is related to your subject only.
Yes, sir.
Apart from this subject, I am giving the real examples which have happened in the places or which are happened in the environment. And first point that first and foremost is for business environment is your newspapers. Sir, I have a textbook of business environment given by DDE Pondicherry University. Means okay, you read, glance you take it, and daily you read the business newspapers. That is the only one. That only gives you your confidence about the subject.
Sir, I am interrupting. Business newspaper also have the solve the case study, right?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Actually,
Okay, thank you.
in a business environment for you, it is business environment and loss. But when you talk about the loss, there are 3 chapters which are related to what you have is contract law, sales of goods, insurance of ombudsman, negotiable instrument, and bill checks, then a contract agency, and we see that formation of a memorandum of understanding, memorandum of association, director's appointment. All these are related to Factories Act. The Business Factories Act, all this, all Factory Act, licensing, registration of factories, health, safety, welfares, industrial dispute, administration under Minimum Wage Act, Workmen Commission. These are related to the act which you are going to study. So what you do is first 2 chapters related to business environment. So definitely you have to answer how many 10 questions. Huh? So if you take in the first unit, you prepare 4 questions. Definitely 4 questions in the 2 will definitely come. A or B. Second question, 4 questions, it will get A or B. So out of 4 questions, 4 into 4, 5, 20 questions. Definitely it will be there. There will be no choice. So when you talk about suppose the contract is there. What is a contract? What is quasi-contract? Examples you give. What is Sale of Goods Act? Suppose Goods Act are there. Now earlier before GST, what acts you have? Sale of Goods Act, State Goods Tax and Central Goods SGT and CGT. Now you have only GST, and other one you have GST with central GST and state GST and integrated GST. So what is their percentage? That you explain. If you get tax, means you say VAT tax, modify VAT tax, octroi tax, sales tax, central tax.
This all are a part of economics.
Yeah, economics.
So
but
like
actually it is a part of economics, but you are included in the contract. That is 3rd unit is sales of goods.
Okay.
That's what I'm doing now.
Okay,
Here,
sir. And then one more thing, sir. Can you please explain the pass marking for both external and internal? Like many of us do have a confusion that overall it should be a 50%. Like
yes.
So if a person gets a 0 in internal, or external gets 50%.
No,
so
what is your internal end semester mark?
Sorry, sir?
What is your end semester mark?
Sir,
it is for 100 mark or?
Sir, 75-25.
75-25. 50% you have to get both.
In both the cases, we have to score 50%.
At the end, you have to get 50%.
Okay. I understood. Okay,
if
sir.
If you don't write internal means end semester you have to get 50%. Out 50% means how much? For 100, 50.
So if a person gets as 50%, 50 marks out of 75,
Yes.
and in internal 20 out of 25, the person gets suppose 5. So the person will get qualified.
Yeah, you have to get both combined 50%.
Combined 50%. That is what I'm asking.
Suppose if you miss the internal means you have to get 50% totally.
Out of 75.
75 out of 75.
Okay.
Means
Okay.
how much 50% means how much? For 100, 50.
50. So 50, if a person scores out of 75 and anyhow miss the internal, then that is fine. The person is qualified.
But we have to take the terms and conditions of the distance education. Almost all it equal only. The normal percentage is 50%.
Normal is 50%.
That is CBSE rule. CBSE rule.
And sir, it has been stated examination fee per paper. So like if we have 7 papers, if we are appearing for 7 papers in first semester, so we have to give the exact amount, like 250 each for each paper.
No,
So we
first
have
time you are paying means first time you have to pay compulsory all the papers. It's not that I will write only one exam and leave other exam. That will not be good.
So even if the person is appearing for 5 papers out of 7, the person has to pay for all the papers.
Yes. First time you have to pay all.
Okay. Okay, sir.
We can do the class, sir.
Yeah, right.
Sir, is there any other fees for the projects? Or
that you confirm with the DDA. Projects you have to pay. You have to pay fee also. Project is there is.
So we don't have project for the first sem, na?
Okay. Final year, Sam saying.
Project is in the 4th semester, I think. Last semester.
That you have to
Madam,
say something about.
Yeah.
Madam, please have a project.
Please see the academic status.
And one more thing, like we even got to know that we cannot select the centers. So is it so?
Madam, please visit the website and see the information available under academics and programs tab.
Okay, sir.
You go through the website and get it. So it's a platform where we have the subject to be transferred to. So now when you talk about the business environment factors which influence the business, mostly the external factors which is related to our one is political environment, government, legal, economic, and we say technology, ecological, geographical, cultural, social, demographical, etc. Now when you talk about a simple glance, this you can say a definite question. What are the factors which influencing the business? Now when you say factors influence the, whether it's the internal factors or external factors, first you have to think about the question. Or it's a micro environment or macro environment. That you have to think. Micro means which is controllable factors. That is the question also twisting. Suppose the internal environment or micro environmental control factors means you have to write our internal environment factors or micro environment factors. Suppose the external environment or external factors influence business or macro environment, you have to write the external environment factors. So the external environment factors are which are related to politics. How the politics also are influencing the business. First of all, you see the politics which is influencing the business is our government. Suppose the government says that you people, business people have to pay the taxes. You people have to pay the income tax. You people have to pay the professional tax. All these are related, sale tax, etc. Without sale tax or without income tax, you cannot proceed for the business. And there should be a political stability also. Government rules and regulations. So if there is instability is there, so government will not function properly. The business will not be in a proper in that state. Up and downs will be there. Suppose you take yesterday, I was telling you, Ukraine and Russia and Israel and that is Palestine, Hamas. There is a war. So can you do business with these countries? No, we can't do because it's a government is in a though government stable government is there, but the condition is not there. And economic condition is not good. Now you say Russia is running in a bad economic. China is also running in bad economic. Palestine also running bad economic. Palestine also running bad economic. So this is a government economic situation. The people has to be having the purchasing power. So the government has to be a distribution of the environment, that power between the nation and the local government, and a legal environment. When you are doing a wrong business, you are doing illegal business. In that you will get the government laws in the middle. whether it's a Consumer Protection Act, or you can say Foreign Exchange Act, or Judiciary, or Competition Act, or MRTP Act. All these are one which is going to influence you. If you are not paying the sale tax, means again the sale tax department will come to you. Or if you are not paying your income tax, the income tax will be coming to you. So if you are violating the rules and regulations of
Sir, I am interrupting. MRTP Act also there in the syllabus.
MRTP Act is nothing but a competition act.
Yeah, Competition Act.
It is not there for you.
Yeah, okay, sir.
I have to tell, no, it is what if it is there in the textbook, what is the use I am taking the class? What is the use if I tell you? What is there in the book I have to produce, but I have to give in a different manner.
Okay, sir. Okay.
If I told you, no, it is not your textbook along with my knowledge. So when you're talking about this consumer protection, how you protect the consumer? Suppose you say the adulteration is taking place. So in that legal action, say you have to file a case in the consumer court, whether district forum or state commission, central commission. Again, the grievance committee will be there. So for grievance redress will be there. 3-tier system: district forum, state forum, and state commission, central commission. So along with that, judiciary, and another one is the economic side, the size of the economy, whether the wealth of the country is good, whether the economy of the country is good, and how the political economy is there in that country. What is the fiscal policy and monetary policy of the particular respective country? So whether the country can export goods and services, or export goods or import goods, that is also one of the criteria in economics. And when you say technology, when you go into technology, you have to update your technology as per the requirements. So when you're taking that, we say that advancement in the technology makes the country economically improve. So when you say technology, suppose I ask you to buy a typewriter, will you buy it? If I ask you to buy a typewriter, will you buy it? No, because nobody is using typewriter now. If I ask you to buy a latest laptop, and means you people will be purchasing that laptop or a mobile so that you can attend the classes. So where you can use, so old technology replaced with the new technology. That's why you see, for example, you take a technology advancement by our ISRO. So I will tell that example which is happened with the government of India and America. So when America is having advanced computer system, which is used for used by scientists, and our honorable Prime Minister at that time, Mrs. Gandhi, has asked the government of America to supply 2 to 3 numbers of advanced computer system. They said no, we won't give. So what happened? Government has taken a challenge and started with the CDAC, Center for Advanced Computer Development, and they developed this super fast computer then, which is faster than America, and used in our database used by the government of India in satellite launching or some other aspects. That is more faster than the American computers. So the American asked the Indians to supply these Param computers. But we got the business. So India also said, yes, we'll supply. It's not like you. We development, we want to know our economy. We want to have your export and imports. And we say that now, cryogenic engines. We are launching the satellite into the moon or whatever may be. That is how you got it. It is the cryogenic engine which is taking our satellites to the space. It is between India and Russia. You have BrahMos missiles. It is between India and Russia. This is a technology transfer. Another one is we see that Rafale fighters. It is a transfer between it is a product transfer between France and India. This is how, when the technology is developed, that totally research and development to be concentrated. And another one is ecological, that is natural environment. Ecological environment is nothing but your natural environment, where you see how the environment is going to influence your business. Suppose there are floods are there. What happened to the floods? What happened to the weather when there is floods are there? Suppose you take in 2015 or somewhere, there are more floods in Chennai. What happened to the business? Not only Chennai, many parts of the country, there are floods. The business will be affected. Suppose at this time we have, yes?
Yeah, I think business organizations and all these environments we have already covered in the last class, no? So
It is covered?
Yeah, business, all the environments you have already covered. I'm just wondering.
Yes. Then you have to tell no, because I may be thinking I'm not covered. So let us go for the next topic, which is related to
governance. I think you have to go.
No, I will not go. It's the social responsibility.
Okay.
Now, what is social? We have to bother about social responsibility. Now, if anyone is there who is doing chartered accountant here, or any one with CA, you may be studied, or you may be studied about the.
Sir, I am studying CA, sir. I am studying CA.
Yeah, you are studying CA. You may know the 2013 Act.
Yeah, Companies Act 2013. Yeah.
2013 Acts are amended by the Government of India, Industrial Act, and we say that all the tax companies, as per the Accountancy Act, we say that 5 to 15% of the profit should be given for social responsibility. It is mandatory by 2013.
Yes, sir. It is. I think it is related to corporate social responsibility, right?
Yes, Company Act, as Company Act 2013 is amended by the Government of India. Every company, whether a small company, medium company, or large scale companies, what are the profit you get? In that 5 to 15%, 5 to 20% to be allotted for the corporate responsibility. Why this corporate responsibility is developed? What are the needs of the corporate? Now, what is corporate responsibility actually? So it is the obligation of the decision makers of the company to improve or to protect the welfare of the society as a whole. When you say why the corporate, suppose Tata is there, Birla is there, and Jio is there, and some other companies are there. If Infosys is there, and all these companies are there, Birla, all these companies are there, but what they are doing? Earlier, before 2013, if the company want to to help the people, means they used to help 5 lakhs donation, 20 lakhs donation, whatever it may be, adopt a village and do development of that state or that district or that taluka, that village, that area, whatever it may be. So they used to lay roads, buildings, construction of schools, education schools, hospitals, laying roads, construction of water tanks, or laying water pipes, or greenery, whatever may be, or putting water coolers in schools, or some other medical activity or educational activity, whatever may be. So that is how now the government has made mandatory that any company, whatever may be, a small, medium enterprises which the profit is having in that 5%, a small also you can do. And we see that as a whole, that is on their own interest. The companies on their own interest have to come forward as a decision making. Yes, I want to adopt this village. I want to make the people in the local area to be educated. So I'll construct a house. I construct buildings. I construct small houses, 2-bedded or 1-bedded. Or say there is no hospital. I'll construct whether it's a 20-bedded. The roads are not proper in that area. I will adopt this area and lay roads. This is how, and even the companies having their names on the now Vikroli. You said Bombay, you take Vikroli. What you call Godrej is there. So many companies come forward to help the country. That is the making a responsibility. That is company making a decision, business decision and actions taken as a reason, at least partially beyond the director interest. So it is the interest which is helping the people to make their activities reach to the public. Now, what are the social responsibility have? Why we are saying arguments for the social responsibility and arguments against the responsibilities? Now, is it necessary for the company to have social responsibility? Now, if you go to Chennai railway station, you see one water tank. It is donated by Rajasthani business people in Chennai. They donated water tank in Chennai Central. Somewhere you see in a school, water tank is constructed by so and so company. Somewhere you see that road is constructed by so and people. Just a minute, please. Hello. Who is that? Which society, sir? Sir. Yes, sir. Not interested, sir. No. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So what happened is, now we have to say it is good or bad. Now, when you say when you adopt a state or adopt a state, district or something place, it go beyond that. It's a need. What is needed in that area? What society expects from you? They'll come to you, sir. People are educated here, no employment. So what you have to do? You are the company which is having more infrastructure. So you say you establish one company in the place where you adopt. So the people are educated, so they can get an employment. There is no schools are there. You construct a school. There is no hospital. You construct a hospital. So based on that is society can be benefited, and it can be discharged additional government regulation intervention. So government also will interact with you. And we take internal activities as the enterprises have an impact on external environment. Again, it's a political, legal, all will be there. But how it is going to impact? Suppose taxation is there. Suppose a company has come to your place and established a remote area and established their company and giving employment to the people. Laid roads, constructed hospitals, constructed school. In that case, what government has to do this company? As a social responsibility, the company has come, but the government has to interact with the company and has to give some benefits to them. Maybe tax reduction or zero tax payment. You need not pay any taxes to the government because already you are doing all these services. So the concept of the social responsibility protects the interest of the stakeholders. So I am interested. So the company, I am invested in the company. That company is taking a social responsibility. I'll be the part of this company in taking the social responsibility. So suppose you see summer season. So wherever you go, you see some water serving stores, or we can say camps on the roadside. During summer, if anyone feel thirsty, they go to that drinking water and they take water and leave. Somebody will supply buttermilk. Somebody supply with lemon juice. So that is in that what they are having, they are contributing to the society at a little bit. So that will create a favorable public image. Yes, this company is doing better. Yes, this company is a good company. This good company is working for the people. So all these are the. It is better to prevent social problems through business involvement than to cure them. So you have to put aside the business problems. Don't involve your problems with the public. So you are doing social responsibility so that you bring that problem and tell to the public it is not a good. You have the problem, but you have to forego the problem. You should not bring that problem to the public. But you should be very careful with the public. Suppose though you are doing a public service or a social responsibility to the public, but your company is because of your company is getting damaged. So it may be air environment or water, air pollution, some other activities may be going wrong. Responsibility of that. So I want to send my affluents of my company to the public onto the road. Then the other people will be affected. So in that case, what you have to do, you have to construct the effluent treatment plant in a company. Then train the effluent. Then send the only the good waste, good to the drainages. So if you think that I am doing social responsibility, so I will do as I like, it's not that possible. So that would create excessive cost for a business. So if you say when you're talking against the social responsibility, would reduce economy efficiency. Social responsibility could reduce the economic efficiency. So you have to say that you have to spend more and you have to do everything, and it create excessive cost for the business. Yes, more amount. So I got 5 lakhs profit. In that 5% or 10% or 20% means somewhere over 50,000 or 60,000. I have to 1 lakh I have to spend with the public. So we can international exporting company. Responsibility, it may be weaken your international business payments. And business people lack of social skills, deal with you are unable to do the problem of the society. This is also one of the criteria. So who has to take? Where the government has to take? So government, the social responsibility of the business toward the shareholder, toward the society. So when you talk about all this one, when you talk about the customer, the company should use advertisement. That is the responsibility of the company. You cannot give fake advertisement. You cannot give wrong information. You cannot exploit the customer. Suppose if you're talking about the employees, you have to pay fair wages. You have to pay incentives. You have to put. You have to give good working condition, and you have to give proper training to them. And you're talking about the shareholders. You have to pay assuring security to their fund. The shareholders are there. You cannot fool the shareholders as if there is no profit in the company. If there is a profit in the company, you have to share with the shareholders. You cannot use that profit for your own development. If you want to develop your company with a shareholders fund, then you have to get permission from the shareholders. That is ethics. So proper payment or return on investment, ROI we say normally. So the company has to be whatever the profit you get, you have to share with the public. And information about the company, you cannot give false information. The profit you are getting, you inform that. It is not like that, like your Satyam computers. So the Satyam computers has frauded, cheated the public, saying window dressing of their the accounts, the profit. Business to the government and the government to the business. So the business activity should be in a law abiding. So the business should follow the rules and regulations governed by the government. You have to follow the MRTP Act, Monopoly Act, Competition Act, FERA Act, FEMA Act, Sale Tax Act, GST Act, Income Tax. All these act you provide. So prompt payment of tax and other duties and avoiding the pollution control. That is first and foremost is the pollution control. Now you say Delhi, the density of pollution is very, very high. So who is responsible? Even to 2 o'clock also there is a fog in the environment. Your company's environment, your smoke evolving in that area. And when you talk about the creditors and suppliers, you have to maintain a coordination between the suppliers and the creditors. Suppose you have to raw material, you have to have 10 or 15 suppliers so that you can maintain with them. If one is not supplying the product in time, raw material in time, other you supply the raw material in time. If some is giving a high discount, you go to them. If the low discount means you won't go them. So depending upon requirement, it's a timely payment of obligations. You pay taxes timely, or you pay the suppliers the amount timely, so they believe you. And providing true and correct picture of the financial position. Just now telling you, Satyam Computers, which was profits earlier, before 10 years back. Now what happened? It is totally lost. Now he is behind the bars. And the company is taken by Mahindra group of companies. So it is not that when you're doing everything, it should be done within. Now, how this business is responsible to the society? Preventing monopoly. You are not only one. There are many sellers are there. Creating employment opportunity. That is to a society. If you are establishing a company means, build company. Xerox company, Xerox paper company, build, B-U-I-L-T. Xerox papers. There is a company, this is the company which established a company in a remote area in Telangana district of earliest Andhra Pradesh and presently Telangana in Mulugu. A2 Nagaram. It is a forest area. They thought that the forest area you will get wood equally. Okay, it was very fine. It was established in forest area. What happened is the problem arised when that total area is with the Naxalite area, extremist area. So what they used to come to the manager, get the money, ask the money every time when they needed. So they give one time or two time, but every time when they require, they come and ask lakhs of rupees or crores of rupees, where you will get it. And after this, extremists are left now, the political parties have given this problem. And what happened? The company is not able to pay all these debts, and it was been lost. And they reported to the government saying that we are unable to run the company in this remote area because of the extremists and the political parties are coming and disturbing every time for want of money, and the labor strike is there, and these people are going on strike every time. So it was total lockdown. So this is how this employment opportunity will go away when the company goes lockdown. When it's what is your responsibility towards the society then? So balancing regional and rural development. So you have to develop your rural people, giving sufficient training positions, etc., and educate them, and they may be giving good support. So this is one of the corporate social responsibility of the business toward the government or people. Now, when you're talking about the other one, which is the main aspect, just we talk about ethics. What is ethics? Is a moral values. So what you do with the business? What is the role of the business in the moral values? Now, when you talk about this, we see the different types of ethics can be defined as the discipline dealing with the good, bad, that a moral duty and obligation. Suppose a good company is there like Tata or a Wipro or Mitas, this Mahindra, all these are companies are there which is dealing with good, and they have no obligations. If they are good to the people, people also good to the company. Company is good, it is people also good. So what will happen here is, suppose something went wrong. Something went wrong in the company. Who has to be responsible? The top management has done a wrong mistake. Whether it can be thrown on the bottom line managers. No. It is you who had made the wrong. You cannot throw that wrong onto the subordinates and scold them or remove them or terminate them. It is not an ethics. Because it has to be done in a proper manner so that everyone knows what is happening. It's a legal obligation, duty and moral value. So when you talk about the types of ethics, we can be classified individual or personal ethics, and we can say professional ethics, or you say business ethics or corporate ethics. Now, when you are having this type of ethics, what do you follow? What is the individual or personal ethics? Suppose I am a person. If I say, do you believe God? If I ask you, do you believe God? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I believe in God.
It's a natural tendency that I, as a Hindu, I may believe my Hindu gods. As a Christian, may believe Jesus. As a Muslim, I can believe as a Muslim. I believe Quran, etc. As a Jain, I may believe my Jain. This is one is a moral value. Mr. Ravi. So this is a moral value as an individual. I have ethics. Now you see political parties. Do political have do political part have ethics? They are no ethics, because it is not that today you are in one party, tomorrow you will not be in that party. If you don't get the ticket today evening, tomorrow morning you will be in the opposite party. You are not loyal. And another one is professional ethics. And business ethics or corporate ethics. When you say individual ethics, what I am following, what are my moral values? Well, shall I respect you or not? If I respect what I am getting and what I am not getting. If I respect you, I won't get anything, but only respect I will get. Tomorrow, he may wish me, I may wish him. I may give something, he may give something to me. But you're taking professional ethics, yes. Now you take doctors. Doctors, do you follow the ethics in doctors? Do you follow ethics? Do you think the doctor will follow ethics?
Yes. Some of not.
Yes, they do.
Yes, they have to follow ethics, but somebody is saying some may not be following, some may be following. 99% of doctors may be following the ethics, but only 1 or 2% are not following the ethics. Suppose one doctor is there, two doctors are there. If one doctor is suffering from fever and you go to the other doctor and say that for a treatment, he says, I am also a doctor, then he won't take the fees for the doctor. That is ethics. Suppose another example, you don't mind, the girls are there or women are there in this class. Suppose you go to a doctor, he will be touching the woman. Whether the ethics or unethics.
It depends on touch also, sir.
It depends upon the intention.
Yeah, suppose a doctor is there, he is touching the forehead of the woman. He may touch the pulse. When it comes to ethics or unethics?
Ethics.
It comes under ethics because it is a part of his profession, and without looking at it, he can't exactly diagnose what is happening with the person.
Right. If it is unethics, nobody go to a doctor. It is as a part of the ethics. It is a part of their study. Whatever may be. Even his enemy comes also, he has to treat. If a doctor enemy comes to him also, he has to treat that patient. So that is ethics. He cannot see that enemy is dying in front of his eyes. Suppose a teacher is there. A student has scolded a teacher one time, and a student is a problem another time. And the teacher knows that person. Whether he has to save him or he has to make punished. So this is also ethics, where you say As a teacher, I have to teach good things to the student. I cannot punish a student. It is a reality that I have to think. Right? It is not like that. If he do wrong, so I go and protect him. And you say corporate ethics. So corporate ethics, though they have the rivalries, but the ethics they follow. They won't copy from other companies with the same one. Suppose that comes under that one, then it will be a corporate. They won't tolerate that one. That's why first of all they maintain strict maintenance. Information cannot go to the other company also unless otherwise any leakage is there. So when you see all this one, when you see all this, what is the need of this business ethics? And the ethics correspond to the basic human needs. So what is you read? What you need? Sir, if you go to a hotel, I had to eat something. A food I can eat. In a hotel, there is no food means what will happen? You tell why you have put this hotel. And when you tell that value creates credible with the public. Suppose a good person is there. Everyone will praise him. Everyone will like him. So an ethical attitude helps management take better decision also. Good environment, good decision. That is how the values come into the picture. Now, even you say ethics is important because the government, laws and lawyers cannot do anything to protect society. Now you see lawyers are there. Do you think they are doing unethical? So the lawyer responsibility to argue towards this pay to its customer client. So one lawyer may win, other lawyer may lose. It is not that the lawyer is not doing justice, but the one is with the law. As per that, it has to go, not with the liar. So that to be protected, laws and lawyers cannot do everything to protect society. So when you talk about this, ethicals are there, so ethics to be followed. So when you make the approach for the business ethics, we have moral values, immoral management. That is, we say approach is neither moral nor immoral. It ignores ethical consideration. You say, suppose you say that without ethics he will be talking. He doesn't have no moral values. Example, you take political party. They don't have any moral values. He will be flirting other party, and he will be flirting with other party. But when it is required, they come together to form the coalition government. There is no enemy, there is no friend in politics. Now, when you talk about this immoral management, that is unethical practices. So, as I told just now, I ask you whether doctors do moral values or immoral values. Suppose that doctors are doing what you call fraud business, like taking the patient's kidneys and taking the patient livers without informing the patient, doing operation and leaving the patients without knowing anything. That is unethical practice. You cannot tolerate all this one. Even the society cannot tolerate that one. In the government cannot be tolerate that one. So that you have to follow the code of conduct which is necessary for the company or the client to be followed or the company to be followed in doing the business. So whether you can follow the Astro model, or you can follow the house model, or you can follow the vendor model, or you can follow the investment model, or you follow the civic model or artistic model, the ethics is going to help you. If you are talking true every time, everyone will believe you because you say true every time. One time you say wrong also, they think that it is true. Because 1,000 times, 200 times you you told the true only. One time you tell lies also, this lies also becomes true because as you told. So I will give the example where ethics comes. You know Mahabharata. You know Mahabharata, Pandavas and Kauravas, Yudhishthira will be there.
Yes, sir.
When the fighting is going on, he said
Yes,
that
sir.
he won't tell lies. He tells that that wording that is elephant is died. Actually, the meaning. Kunjira ataha. He say Kunjira. He tells slowly the ataha. Because the Dronacharya's son is there. Ashwatthama, Kunjara Atha. He tells Ashwatthama loudly, Kunjara Atha. Slowly he will tell. That he can't, what do you call him? Dronacharya will leave his astras. Means Yudhishthira is telling that is happened, that will be definitely happened. Everyone knows that Yudhishthira will not tell lies. So that is how it is to be done with the companies also. You cannot cheat a public. Anything. Now you talk about the ethics for the farmers. They buy seeds as a input for the agriculture. Duplicate seeds are given and the yield is not coming. That is on ethical practice. So there are many are there where you can say adulteration.
But at the same time, sir, we don't have.
Yes.
But at the same time, sir, we don't have proper knowledge to recognize what is the good seeds, what is the bad seeds, and also in terms of recognizing the things that.
Yeah, actually, the government has to recognize. Actually, the company has to send the seeds to the agriculture department. Agriculture department has to certify that. Then only the government will ask to send to market that seeds. Now, what these people will do now? The weak seeds are there, which cannot be ripened immediately. Duplicate seeds are which are not good condition, they will sell. So what is the yield will not be there. Instead of per acre of land agriculture, per acre of crop, per hectare of crop, suppose you take 20 quintals or 30 quintals, you will get only 10 quintals. What is it? Where it is gone? 10 quintals, 20 quintals and 30 quintals. Because the seeds are not good. You take cotton. Why the cotton farmers are dying? Because the crop is not yielding properly. The growth of the crop is not there. You say that if you spray this pesticide, insects will not die. The human beings are dying. So, you will give the advertisement, wrong advertisement. Suppose you say hair oil. You use this hair oil, you will get black. Your hair will become black. It's unethical. That is only our need that you are taking. Packaging also. You say it is you take a oil packet. Normally say 1 kg means it will not be 1 kg oil packet. It will be around 910 grams. What about 90 grams? Have you asked any time? Why it is 910 grams? Why not 1000 grams?
Measurement is 1 liter is equal to 910 grams.
Huh?
The measurement for 1 liter is 910 grams. That's what they mentioned actually.
Why it is 910 grams? Why not 1000 grams?
1000 gram will be considered in 1 kg, sir. That's what they mentioned.
But not 1 kg now. Suppose if you go to buy a shop and say I want 1 kg, means definitely he will give 1000 grams of rice or whatever you require. Why he can't give 910 grams as 1 kg? So this is one where you follow that. Suppose your salaries are there. Sometimes some companies will give less salary, though you work hard. Poor working conditions. This is also unethical conditions. And when you say government, you have to pay taxes. Tax evasion is there. Suppose you won't pay taxes properly. That is all unethical. Sometimes you are not income tax. IT. If you are not paying IT, IT department will come to you and they will raid on you. Pollution, just now I told you. These are all the where you say ethical and unethical conditions will say. And meanwhile, you know the economic systems we have. We have a free economy, that is a mixed capitalist economy, socialist economy, mixed economy. So when you say in the capitalist economy, the economy in the hands of the private people, mixed economy, the economy in the hands of the private people and the government, and the socialist economy that will be in the hands of the government. So when you talk, it's the kinds of economics we have, the free enterprise economy. Now that is free, wherever you get is private owned people. And another one is you have a government controlled economy. That is the socialist economy, like Russia. But when you come to the mixed economy, we have the public as well as private. The best one is Indian economy, where it is controlled by the public sector as well as the private sector, private economy and the public economy. So in the mixed economy, we have economy, the variation of free enterprises system as well as the capital enterprise system. So when we talk about developing nations like UK, France, Japan, etc., are mixed capital economics. Hello. Social economy, we have with the social justice like Russia, Cuba. The fact the government is controlling the economy there. So based on the economy, we can calculate whether it have microeconomic problems. And the other one which is related to you is the base of the what are resources based for the economy. So where you will get the resources? Economy is fine. Where you get the resources? How you get the resources? What are the different when you say business environment? Business is the place where exchange of goods and services and takes place. But what the economy environment means what? Why we are talking about the environment? We don't have sufficient fund during 1991 to run the economy by using borrowed funds. But after 19 self-sufficient. We ourselves have self-sufficient having a controlled economy, allowing the company to send products abroad, import the products and export the products. So where you get this resources for the economic development? We say it is natural resources like land, forest, water, fisheries, minerals, and the other environmental issues. So when you take a land resource, we say that whatever the land we have, the government land is there, private land is there. Suppose you want a resources, means you sell your own land. Barren land such as mount, deserts, etc. will be, so you cultivate that one and you make the resources from that. Forest areas, greeneries, which is a total is at 68 billion hectares, or 29% of the total geographical area of the country is occupied. You make a growth of trees like tea, sandalwood, or any other take. You grow that one, you have the crop, then you cut that after seasoning, then you get the economic and use with this cropping. And the forest policy means if you cut one tree, you have to plant 10 trees. So that is how the country is becoming a very good, efficient in planning the areas. Or you can say the economy can be increased. The forestry productivity increases, forest deforestation reduces, and forest has a support for the rural economy. So for that we have the forest policy in 1988. So who has to be the forest? How the tribals are to be registered in the recognized forest recognized. If you are living in the forest area, you should get an identity from the forest department that you belongs to that area. So depletion of the forest area and the target of the green cover. Suppose any problem in having this greenery. So you go for the deforestation, the land will be sold to the private people instead of the land. So disargument of the forest-based industries. What type of forest-based industry you can develop? Gum industry, jute industry, fruit industry, fruit shop, fruit industry, and you can say from the products which are available in the forest like jam, guava industry. We can support guava to the company. Go to the company and make what do you say? Sauce, tomatoes. That also you can make a tomato sauce. So these are the economies for the company, where it also government. So if it is not the system of private forest contracts, now you say government is leasing the contracts for the private people also, forest areas. Lease for 99 years, 900 years, or 200 years. So forest land not to be diverted to non-forest users, because it will be changing to tribals only. Another one, the last one is water resources, water bodies you have. When you have water bodies, what will happen? Your economy can be increased by use of agriculture. But nowadays, the rivers also increasing the polluted. Everything is dumped into the sea only. Dumped in the sea or ocean, whatever may be. So, huge loss of productivity. Fisheries, now we say exports quality. We say that this is also one of the asset for the country. So, India is the world largest in the country with the 6th position, producing fishery products, fishery goods. So they can export that fisheries or whatever they want, they can do it. So when you talk about that is emphasis on labor-based people will be there for the fisheries. Family itself depends upon that one to cultivate the fish and get the fishes in the evening. And intensive training will be given for this. And the minerals, we have State Development Corporation, Central and State Development Corporation of Minerals and Metals Corporation of India, MMTC. That also there, which is going to have a more impact on the economy. So they do the business with the foreign countries, they do business with the domestic company, they export the product from one place to other place. So these are all that, removing all the restrictions, the qualities, etc. Economic can be achieved. So With this, I think we can stop it here. Stop it here. Just take the glance what I told you. That may help you. Go through a textbook and recall my examples. That will be sufficient for you. So tomorrow we'll see infrastructure, that is economic and other aspects. Right?
There will be breaks, sir, 1 hour.
Yeah, 1 hour. It's completed 1 hour only, no?
Yes, sir.
Maybe last week we got 1 hour.
Yeah, that's what. Because last week, all of a sudden, she told me. Make it,
next class, sir.
5 classes will be there. We'll see whether we'll get 5 classes or 3 classes. Whatever may be, we'll wind it up by 5 classes. Right?
Thank class.
Next tomorrow, I think schedule is not sent. Whether tomorrow we have the class or not, I don't know. For you, the schedule is sent?
No, we haven't received it.
No, we have logged in as the same link which we got last week.
No. Do you have the schedule, not link?
No, we haven't got it. We got only the
Okay, then. Thank you. So we'll see tomorrow. If I'll check that link, and anyhow you will be there in the class. If you're there, okay, no problem. If not, next week.
Sir, request you to please get the PPTs as well.
Will be the next class start.
Okay. When you have the exam?
26th December. When will be the next class start?
21st.
Exams are on 25th December.
Yes.
21st.
21st, sir.
21 to?
8.
Yes, sir. Yes. 21.
21 to 28.
Not after 25th. To not from 26th?
No,
sir. It start by 21st.
Earlier we used to have after Christmas.
Yeah.
Okay, then.
Maybe this is 7 papers.
Still, I think still you have today is 25. So hope so you have just give me few days, because I am having some workshop tomorrow, day after tomorrow, and day after tomorrow. So by Saturday I will submit all the PPTs. Saturday somebody will give the email ID. Then you can have the PPTs. You can share with you.
Or you can
Sir, the internal exams will be conducted after the external exams?
You have internal exams or assignments? You tell me.
Internal exams.
Internal exams are there.
Yeah, it will be after the exam. Sir, can you share your WhatsApp number or maybe email? One of us can send you, and then you can send.
944.
Yep.
944 36 100.
36100.
944 36 10064. WhatsApp.
Thank you.
And a mobile.
Yep. Yeah.
But you tell with your
Thank you,
MBA
sir.
first year. MBA first year, subject of business environment and laws.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Sir, for us, it's a business environment is different and laws is different. So we have 2 papers for that, or it will be combined one?
Business laws.
Yes, sir.
Business law, you have 3 units.
No. Now it is separate. No. Now it is both books are separate.
Yeah, separate. No, it will not get in one single book. For your material maybe is one, but if a textbook is there, it is different.
Yep.
Thank you. So anything is required, contact with the DD's office. because we don't know properly. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. The students, can you hang on just few things? I think there are a lot of questions I can clarify quickly.
Thank you,
Yes,
sir.
yes, sir, you can drop. Yeah, so for everyone, students, so I think many were trying to join the WhatsApp group or the Telegram group. So maybe Telegram group is easier verbally if I just speak here. So in the there is a Telegram group you can join, and from there we can give the WhatsApp group. Can you note it down? It is, are you ready to type?
Yes.
Okay. So the group name is, you can search by MBA Pondi UNI. MBA PONDY UNI.
Okay, thank you.
Pranab, please your mobile number, contact number.
No, contact number let's not give, because then I will get 200 message. I cannot add it to the group, right? I'm giving the group ID. You can join the group, and then I can give the WhatsApp link.
There is any Malayali students?
You can ask in the group. You can ask in the group. Right? Let's not fix it.
Please repeat again the Telegram.
Yeah, MBA short. MBA Pondi, PONDY.
PONDY.
Yeah.
Yes.
Then 3 letters UNI.
University. Okay. It's okay. Thank you.
MBA is our this one, and then Pondi for Pondicherry and Uni for university. So MBA Pondi 5 letters, then Uni 3 letters, right? Try to search it on the Telegram, and then
Hi, Pranav. Hi, Pranav. I have a doubt.
yeah.
There is any Malayali students?
In Telegram group, only numbers are received.
Yes, Malayali.
Shamil, contact number on the
75
58
90 4946.
4946 അല്ലേ? വേറെ അറിയുന്നുണ്ടോ? എന്റെ പേര് ബിദുൻ എന്നാണ്, VIDH.
എവിടെ സ്ഥലം?
ഞാൻ ഇവിടെ പൊളിക്കലാണ്. നമുക്ക്
Anyone didn't get the Telegram group?
Okay.
Yes, I have joined, sir.
Yeah. So all of you, please join. Maybe after 15 minutes. Come again. Was there a question?
Yeah, Pranav, is there you?
Yes.
In Telegram.
Okay. Yeah. Fine. So all of you, please join, and then I'll give the WhatsApp group for active. And then a lot of you have a question in
Pranav, I have a doubt.
Yeah.
In Telegram, only if you are not storing numbers, contact.
Yeah. What is that?
In Telegram group, we can see only numbers. No names are visible. Contact.
No, that's fine. Like there, I'm saying Telegram group is easy, so just join that, and after that we'll share the WhatsApp group. Then you guys can switch to the WhatsApp group also.
You can one more doubt. In Telegram or in WhatsApp, we be friends of this batch.
Let's go on mute. Who is not talking to me? Yeah, Ashutosh, I think your noise is coming, background noise is coming.
Okay. I'm doing that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just trying to help. Okay, I'm just a student also. I'm just trying to help. Yeah, Ashwarya, what was your question?
In Telegram and WhatsApp group, we can't do any video calls regarding our friends in this batch.
Yeah, those are separate. You can ask in the question. The first thing is to join all of you, right? Because every day a lot of questions are there. So you join there and you can post your question there. Okay. Another thing is there is a lot of questions around saying that, okay, what is the what is the enrollment? What is the exam pattern? This, that. I think many of the things are also answered. whatever we got from the lecturers and the timetable. Still people are asking about timetable. What I see that many people, like most of you haven't gone through the website itself. So please spend like half an hour to 1 hour first to go through the website, right? And you should go to the website, try to go through every link, right? And try to see that, okay, what is where, right? There is study materials, there is a student portal. Student portals has the way to log in. You need to also create your ABC ID. Ashutosh, you can go in mute. And then, yeah, students portal is,
There's one more doubt. In
yeah,
website,
let me finish. Wait. So please go through the website, right? And you can go through the students portal mainly, and then like YouTube link and all those things, right? So what I'm saying is first go through entire thing. Second important part, because the students portal registration is must, because the 1st of December the enrollment will start. So you need to have the portal access, right? People are asking about the ID card and all, so those are not so important. You can still use your Aadhaar card to go to the exam and write it, right? So ID is just ID, right? So that may not be a big issue, what I think. But you need to enroll for the exam and opt for the data, like your exam centers, right? And that's how you'll get it. So there is a small window. All of this information is available on the website in the first page, home page, DDE website, in the lower right side, right? So there are all the notices are there. Please go through that and look into the first link, right? It has exams and everything. In the exam timetable also, there are two types of timetables. There is an old syllabus and new syllabus. Please follow the new syllabus, which is 7 subjects, right? Yeah, so that much I will say. I can still...
I have a question.
Yeah.
In Telegram, there is a group MBA Pondi Uni AY 2023 to 2024.
Not AY, like Pondi, MBA, Pondi, Uni, UNI. Right? You joined that one.
Can you please say one more the spelling of the group?
Excuse me, sir. Pranoji, are you hearing me?
Yes.
I want to know that what is the date for the filling of the examination form for December session?
Yeah, you have to start on the 1st of December.
Okay.
Right, and
okay. One thing is that what is the schedule of exam? It has been declared or not?
Yes, it's declared, and then that's why you should go to the Pondicherry University. You know the Pondicherry University site, right?
I was seeing, but I have not found that, so I asked.
Yes. So I'm telling you, what you can do is you go to the website homepage. It is not very visible, so you need to scroll down. And they scroll down. Please, if you're not
Pranabji, can you make a WhatsApp group?
There is already a WhatsApp group. That's why I gave a Telegram group.
Excuse me, sir.
I have not joined it. How can I join in the WhatsApp group?
You join the Telegram group first. 1 second, one by one.
Yes, sir.
You join the Telegram group first, because offline you can answer as many questions, right? So Telegram group is more important. If you haven't noted, please note again.
Telegram, how can I join the Telegram group?
You have to, it's like a WhatsApp, right? If you have not used it,
how can I join the Telegram group?
You can search it. You can search by the name.
Got it.
University, right? MBA, PONDY, 5 letters, 3 letters MBA, 5 letters Pondi, PONDY, 3 letters Uni, UNI.
ये वेबसाइट में मिलेगा?
अरे वेबसाइट में नहीं मिलेगा, स्टूडेंट्स का है, right? The university doesn't recommend that students make a group, right? So it is just created on the fly.
Okay.
Right, so you can go there and just check it, right? Because there are a lot of information gaps, so among students we can clarify.
Student support.
Sir, Pranavji. Hello.
Yes.
Please intimate me that there is a schedule of examination. 75 marks in written examination and 25 is in internal examination.
Yes.
So 75 I have to complete from the study material as well as lecture. And how the internal exam will be conducted?
Same content, same material, is the same syllabus. Only thing is that 25 marks will be internal, and the college lecturers and professor is going to set the exam. It's going to multiple choice. The 75.
how it will be conducted? It will be physical
Online.
conducted, online conducted. A link has been sent to every student.
Yeah, let me tell you.
Restricted to. Yes,
Let me
yes,
tell
yes.
you how it's going to be. 75 question paper is offline. You have to write in the exam center, right? That's clear.
Okay, that's good.
For the 25 marks, it may change in future. But for now, hey, hello. Can you go on mute if you're not
Sir,
speaking?
I am also unmuted. Anyone is unmuted.
Yeah, and someone is just using abusing language there. Yeah, if you're not ready or if it's not relevant, you can go away. It's a break time, right? You can go away, but don't
Sir,
use this.
one second. The situation you have please explain the internal
Yes,
examination
yes.
schedule.
Yeah.
Please.
I'm coming to that. I just heard that someone is saying, "Oh, quota day is that right?" So, which
No
is
issue. It's okay.
so that's what I'm saying. If it is not important, you can drop off. It's fine, right? There are other students who need this help. So, okay.
Yes, yes.
So what I'm
Excuse
telling
me,
you,
Pranav.
let me explain one by one. No, 1 second, right? Again, I also need to go for lunch and come back. So, so what I'm telling for online exam, it's a 25 marks. The mode of conducting that exam is going to be the university is going to send an online link. Hey, I think can you go on mute quickly? So, what I'm saying is,
yes.
what I'm saying is they are going to send an online link, right?
Okay.
For the main exams, right? So
Yes.
usually it has to happen before, but because we are late, it will be after the exam. A link will be shared and it will be active for one full day. But the exam duration is 1 hour. From the time of you start the exam, within 1 hour it will expire. Within that exam, you can write that multiple choice exam, and you can attend from anywhere, right? From your home, you can.
For 1 year for all 7 subjects or one subject.
1 hour for one subject, right?
Okay. That means 7 days exam will be conducted.
Yes, 7 days, just like your external exam, 7 days for this
Okay.
also. But you
You
will
are the
get
employee.
link,
You
right?
are the sir. You are the employee of PU.
I'm a student. I'm first year.
Sorry. It's okay.
Yeah.
Pranav,
Yes.
can you hear me?
Yeah. Go ahead.
How to download hall ticket for us?
Sorry, not clear. Can you again repeat?
Hall tickets.
Yeah, hall tickets again. Like you go to the website, everything, right? Your most of majority of the question will be answered. But just to answer this one quickly, there is a students portal. Try to have a login. Ashutosh, you can go on mute.
Yes.
So there is a students portal. If you log into the student portal, you can see your profile. There are other options where you can see that okay, enrollment for exam. There is a hall ticket link. You can click on that hall ticket and you can download, right? But that is a step-by-step process. The first step is to enroll, right? For enroll for the examination. And even before enrolling the exam, you need to have a login for the students portal. So that's very important. So maybe today.
प्रणव जी जब लॉगिन करेंगे तो एनरोलमेंट नंबर पूछ रहा है एंड पासवर्ड पूछ रहा है पासवर्ड क्या होगा
ये फर्स्ट टाइम है ना तो पासवर्ड नहीं होगा सो यू ट्राई टू डू अ न्यू रजिस्ट्रेशन so new registration you try to make sure that you give your name very accurately and the enrollment number based on that it will be first time generated agar first time generate ho gaya it will show your profile and everything so first step everybody guys listen carefully that is most important create your students login और वहीं पे आपको सब information मिल जाएगा वहीं पे होगा that is the place where you have to go and enroll for the exams you'll get your hall ticket your exam results everything.
Hello, Pranav.
Excuse me, Pranav ji. Pranav ji. When the examination form will be filled?
Again, again go through the website homepage. वहाँ पे links है नीचे में उसमें सब दिया हुआ है आप एक बार पढ़ लो. I also need to go. बच्चे लोगों को खाना देना है.
Once you open your student portal, everything will be available there. The exam link, you need whatever you need to apply, right? Like your hall ticket, exam dates, everything will be there. So create your student portal
Pranav,
first.
I have logged into MBA Pondi UNI AY 2324. Is this the same ID which you are talking about?
Come again.
Hello. Pranav, I have logged into MBA Pondi UNI AY 2324. Is this the same ID which you are talking about?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Okay, all of your questions you can post it there. We'll see. I think there are already a lot of active members there. They can respond to you. But again, I will say go through the website again. Okay, so yeah, I can take any last question before I go. Anyone? Anything?
Yeah, Pranav, I think they all need to create the student portal first, right? So
Yeah.
let
Please,
them create the student portal first so they can get answer for everything, whatever
correct.
they want.
So please go to the company website, go to the students portal tab, and try to create yours. Right? Otherwise,
MA.
okay. There is no problem.
Oh.
During class, also everyone follow this kind of thing.
So another thing is the home screen will flash you the latest news of whatever you want to get, like exam dates, all those things. So go to the homepage of the DD Pondicherry website so you can get all those answers.
Okay, signing off. Yeah. Thank you, guys. We'll take your questions.
Okay, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
तुम्हारे पास बहुत सारा लिखने वाला है तो एनपी नहीं किया ऑटो एनपी किया इसका जवाब जवाब ठीक है सर मैंने क्या जा तो देखो दो साल पहले मोबाइल मेरे पास मोबाइल वाला कोई पेपर नहीं है मेरे पास मोबाइल लेना ठीक है वही तो ठीक है तापस में तो मैं क्या एंट्री करूं मेरे पास क्लास स्टार्टेड अभी यहाँ पे इसकी कौन चल रहा है अपने नाम रखाया वो चल रहा है वो भी किया 10-15 किया इतना गलत किया का एमएनओ पता नहीं उसमें पता नहीं ऐसा किया फिर जगह अपने आ गया फोटो का अपने गया वादाम चला गया वादाम का अपने आ गया फोटो जो प्रॉब्लम हो मैं रिक्वा के दे दिया ये को हां मुझे पता नहीं क्या बाद में हमारा क्या रहता है काम होना है अगर सिस्टम पे
तो वही तो होना ही चाहिए
सिस्टम बड़ा तो कोई काम तो हमको हमें करेंगे सही है लेकिन बाकी लोग इसको गलत समझते हैं
हो गया ना ऊपर देखो
जब प्रोफेसर बेटा का चार्ज इतना बढ़िया मेंटेनेंस कराया समझा हम तो पहले उसी फील्ड में थे ना वहाँ का आदमी सब बोल रहा है कि बहुत अच्छा मेंटेनेंस है इतना अच्छा कभी नहीं
पासवर्ड लिख दो पासवर्ड MA money इसमें भी आएगा तो इसमें भी आएगा
और मनी तो इसके लिए लग गया था यदि क्या नहीं तो आप क्या दो आदमी चाहिए और वीकली 2 दिन गाड़ी चाहिए मुझे बाइक चाहिए क्या बोला क्या ये तो तुम्हारा मिला रहे तुम कैसे इसको हैंडल करोगे तो सब डीजल का इसका अपने इसका मिला नहीं है हां सब हो गया बस हम क्या कर रहे हैं म्यूट है डिवीजन में आगे रखो नहीं ये थोड़ी सी अच्छा तो दिया बस डिवीजन में काम करना छोड़ो दिखाना देख लो यार कितना है ना उधर ये हर दिन कितना किसी भी ये देखता हूँ और ये करता हूँ ये पूरा पूरा काम कर रहा हूँ पैसा में व्यापी स्थिति में रहना मैं आपसे गलती
हो गया एंड
एक मिनट
यहाँ भी end हुआ है ना
ओहो क्या कर रहा है
कुछ नहीं इसको देख रहा हूँ बस अच्छा है ना हाँ
बेटा जरा ऐसे में।
अब अभी लीव करो लीव करो
Pranab ji, can you hear me? व्हाट्सएप चैनल ग्रुप में कैसे
ആറുപേരുണ്ട്. അതാൻ പറ്റില്ല. 6 മണിക്ക് ശേഷം 6 മണിക്ക് ശേഷം പോവാം. പോകാൻ പാടില്ല. ഞാൻ വിളിച്ചാൽ ഇപ്പൊ കുറച്ച് നാളത്തേക്കുള്ള എത്ര നാളത്തേക്കുള്ളത് ഫുൾ അങ്ങനെ പറയാൻ ഇത് ഡിപ്പോസിറ്റ് ഇതിനാണെന്നല്ല മറ്റേ നല്ല പൈസയുള്ള ഇന്ധനം വരെ കയറുന്നതാണ്. ഹലോ ഹലോ ഹലോ
Yes, Mr. Rastro, tell me.
ഹലോ 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 ആ സുഹേലെ കേൾക്കാം. ഇത് എയർപ്ലെയിൻ ആണോ സുഹേലെ? അല്ല ബോട്ടിംഗ് കോൾ തന്നെ എയർപ്ലെയിൻ കാണിക്കുന്നത് തന്നെ. ഹെഡ്ഫോൺസ് എയർപ്ലെയിൻ കാണിക്കുന്നത്, അതുകൊണ്ടായിരിക്കും അല്ലേ. ഞാൻ വിളിച്ച സുഹേലെ, ഈ നമ്മള് ടെലിഗ്രാം എങ്ങനെ ഇതില് ആഡ് ചെയ്യണം? വാട്സാപ്പ് മാതിരി ലാപ്പിലും ഇതിലും കിട്ടിയ മൊബൈലിലും കിട്ടിയാൽ കൊള്ളാം. മൊബൈലിൽ ചെയ്യായിരുന്നു ആദ്യം. പ്ലേ സ്റ്റോർ എവിടെ പോയി? കിട്ടി. ആ പ്ലേ സ്റ്റോർ ഓപ്പൺ ചെയ്ത് അതില് ടെലഗ്രാം ഫോർ ഐഫോൺ ആണോ? ഓപ്പൺ ചെയ്തു. ഉമ്മാടെ ഫോണിൽ നിന്ന് വിളിക്കണ. ഞാൻ സ്ക്രീൻ ഇപ്പൊ വാട്സാപ്പിൽ ഇട്ടെ, നോക്കിക്കേ. സുഹേൽ നോക്കട്ടെ, അയച്ചുതരാം. വാട്സാപ്പ് പറഞ്ഞോ? അതാ ടെലഗ്രാം മെസ്സഞ്ചർ ക്ലിക്ക് ചെയ്യണം. അപ്പൊ രണ്ടാമത്തെ എവിടെ ക്ലിക്ക് ചെയ്യണം? ആ ക്ലൗഡിൽ ക്ലിക്ക് ചെയ്തു. ഇല്ല, അപ്പൊ അത് വരുന്നേ ഉള്ളൂ. ഇതേ ഇപ്പൊ MBAയുടെ ഒരു ഓൺലൈൻ ക്ലാസ് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നേ. അപ്പൊ അവര് ഫസ്റ്റ് ടെലഗ്രാമില് ഇത് ചെയ്യാൻ പറയാം, ടെലഗ്രാം ഗ്രൂപ്പില്. അപ്പൊ ഓപ്പൺ ചെയ്യട്ടെ. അപ്പം ഓപ്പൺ ആയി ടെലഗ്രാം. The world's fastest messaging app. It's free and secure. Start messaging. ഓപ്പൺ ആകട്ടെ. ഇത് അപ്പൊ യുവർ ഫോൺ അതെവിടെയാണെന്ന് കാണിക്കണം അല്ലേ? ഇന്ത്യ അല്ല, നമ്മുടെ ഇന്ത്യ നമ്പർ കൊടുക്കണ്ടേ? ഇന്ത്യ 94478944. Okay, continue. Is the correct number 944789425? Okay, continue. എന്തായിരുന്നു പരിപാടി? അല്ല, ഇന്ന് സാറ്റർഡേ ആയിരിക്കില്ലേ? അപ്പൊ തിരക്കിലാണ്. അപ്പം അഷ്റഫ് അബ്ദുൽ ഖാദർ. ഓക്കെ, നമ്മൾ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടോന്ന് അറിയില്ലല്ലോ മുമ്പ്, അല്ലേ? Your information, enter your name and profile, add a profile photo എന്ന് പറയുന്നുണ്ട്. Continue. Telegram would like to access your contacts. Okay അല്ലേ? Okay. Telegram would like to send you notifications. Allow അല്ലേ? Would you like to use Telegram with a Siri? Okay. അപ്പം ഒരു പേജ് വന്നു. അപ്പൊ നമ്മള് നമ്പറെ കൊടുത്തിട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നില്ല. അപ്പൊ MBA PONDY ഇതൊക്കെ നേരത്തെ ചെയ്യേണ്ടായിരുന്നു. പോണ്ടി യൂണി UNI ഇതായിരിക്കുന്നു. അപ്പൊ ഇത് ജോയിൻ ചെയ്യുന്നെങ്കിൽ നമ്മളിത് കൊടുക്കണ്ടേ? നമ്മളിത് കൊടുക്കണ്ട. നമ്മള് ആദ്യം മെസ്സേജ് എങ്ങനെ കൊടുക്കണേ? ആടായി ആയിക്കോളൂ അല്ലേ? നമുക്കൊരു മെസ്സേജ് അയക്കണമെങ്കിൽ ആടായിരുന്നല്ലേ? അപ്പൊ നമുക്കൊരു മെസ്സേജ് അയക്കണമെങ്കിൽ ബാക്ക് ബാക്കിലായിട്ട് ചാറ്റിൽ ചെയ്താൽ മതി അല്ലേ? ചാറ്റ് എവിടെ? ചാറ്റ്സ്, മീഡിയ, ലിങ്ക്, ഫയല്, മ്യൂസിക്, വോയിസ്. അതിൽ ചാറ്റില് ഇങ്ങനെ
Hello guys, the class is not yet started, huh?
2 മണിക്ക് തുടങ്ങും ക്ലാസ്. 2 മണിക്ക് ക്ലാസ് തുടങ്ങാൻ വായിച്ചിട്ട്.
No, sir, they didn't start the class yet.
Okay, thank you.
ചാറ്റ്സിന്റെ അടിയിൽ അല്ലേ? അപ്പം മറ്റേ ആരൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടെന്നുള്ളത് എവിടെ ടൈപ്പ് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള ഓപ്ഷൻ? ഉമ്മയുടെ ഫോൺ സ്ക്രീൻ വേണം. ഉമ്മയുടെ ഫോണിൽ വിളിക്കാം.
പോയി വാ.
Yeah, dear students, waiting for the organizers to. I'm not able to share my screen, so that is the reason we're waiting for to start the class. Kindly hold on.
Okay, madam.
Thank you.
What is the subject, ma'am?
Managerial economics.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, dear students. We'll start the class by the time.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Okay, good afternoon. So your subject over here today, this is a first semester subject, right? It is managerial economics. So fundamental of managerial economics. I'm waiting to share the screen or else I'll show the unit one. Okay, we'll start. So what is economics? What do you think economics? And then we'll move on to managerial economics. Anyone who's willing to give the answer, or shall I continue? What is economics?
It is allocation of study of allocation of resources, I think.
Okay, very good. Yeah, that is also one of the definition. Very good. So it is study of allocation of resources because
Class started.
Yes, sir. Class has started. Okay, so just now we started. It is managerial economics. So
Okay, thank you.
yeah, first semester. I'll just see the paper. Yeah, semester 1. So you have this managerial economics paper. And the main objective of this paper is to introduce you to few of the economic concepts. And we'll be speaking how the managerial decision is very important in a business. It's more or less like a microeconomics, micro and macro. You know, there are two different main streams of economics, microeconomics and macroeconomics. Under micro, this is one of the stream, managerial economics. So if I have to speak about this managerial economics, it's a new stream. So I'm not able to share. One sec, I'll speak to them and then come back because I'm not able to share the screen. Kindly hold on for a few seconds. I'll call ma'am and get back to you. Okay, we'll start the class. Actually, as someone said, economics, yes, it deals with allocation of resources because being a human being, we have a lot of wants are there, needs are there. But with limited resources, we need to satisfy. So that basic things only we are going to study over here in the first this managerial economics, how this stream has been come. There are almost 16 streams in economics. And what is this managerial economics? If I'm going to speak about managerial economics, roughly it must be after the Second World War. Okay, so it can be the Second World War, after the Second World War, particularly after 1950. You know, business started expanding all over the world. And many business managers faced a problem because of the changing business environment. The reason is whatever was given in the theory, they were not able to apply it practically. They found a difference. Usually what we say, whatever we study theoretically, when we apply practically, the output will be good. So what they found is, in economics, there are a few business concepts. So when they try to have this business concept, when they try to apply this in business, they were undergoing some problem, which they were not able to identify the problem. So they found there was, as I said, there was a drastic gap between the theory as well as application side, how to treat the business problem. So this actually made the academicians the experts to come close together, to open or to think of a separate branch or knowledge, how to treat these business problems which is arising. It came, or then only this managerial economics was born. This managerial economics as a separate stream came into existence only after that. This managerial economics actually, it deals with some application of economic theory, managerial practices. I'll share the screen. Application of economic theory with managerial practices. It is also same as study of allocation of resources in the firm. Here we'll be speaking about the firms. Economics, basically there are two main streams. I'll share the screen and then I will show you. Just tell me if you're able to see the screen.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So this is 5 units which you are going to study. So today, anyway, we will start with unit 1. We have just giving an introduction or speaking about an introduction about the managerial economics. Then we'll move on to what it is. Okay. Oh yeah. Economics, actually, there are two main streams in economics. What is it? Macro and microeconomics. Macro, you know, something very big. Micro, very small. Microscope, you have studied in our school, right? Micro means very small. Small, it deals over here with something called as individuals. Individual household, individual consumers, firms, individual firms, that's all. Macro means aggregation. Aggregation of micro is macro. So macro means it speaks something about big things, about the whole economy. See, if I'm going to speak about my house, in my house there is a person who is not employed. It's my family, right? So it's microeconomics. But if I speak about the entire economy, how many of them are not employed, then it becomes a macro problem. So macro means something big. It speaks about aggregate demand, entire demand, or national output, inflation, unemployment, employment, something very big. It speaks it. Then we can segregate it as macro. Micro means something small. And this microeconomics, actually, we speak about supply and demand, individual consumer, or labor market, production, consumption, everything. So all these are, we'll be dealing in microeconomics. Macro, as I said, speaks about economic growth, government, trade, international level trade, globalization, entire world also you can speak here. So all these portions we cover in macroeconomics, even inflation also. So this managerial economics, as I said, I've already spoken about this, that it is called a stream of business economics. And here we will speak about allocation of resources. And then we'll speak about profit. We are going to speak about cost. We'll be speaking about many other things also. And what is the use of this managerial economics? There are many uses in this managerial economics. So before that, this is your unit 1. So based on this unit only, we are doing. There are few concepts which has been given in your notes. I'll open your textbook also so that you can have a look at it. And then, yeah, this is your textbook, which can be downloaded from the DD website itself. Yeah, this is our unit 1. This is what we are going to read. Macro and micro, difference between macro, micro. There are different streams of different streams of economics, right? What I said, so it is around 16. So here they have given few. Macro, micro, financial, everything. Okay. Here you can see there are some basic problems in economy. You know, what are the basic problem? What to produce, how to produce, when to produce, and for whom to produce. What to produce, what type of resources, what you need, the economy needs at the particular time, what should be produced. And how can it be produced? Should it be labor intensive or capital intensive? Labor intensive means labor more. India, Bangladesh countries, labor is more, supply of labor is more. And capital intensive, the other countries like developed economies, Denmark, their capital is more over there. So that is capital intensive economy. And here we can speak about many goods in economics. We can call something called as free good. What is free good? Free good, something which is available free of cost. Available free of cost is, can anyone give an example?
Which comes in nature.
Exactly, very good. So yes, air, sunlight, water. Nowadays, even we are paying for it. So same way, free good in one place can be paid good, economic good in another place. So water also somewhere they are paying for it and they're getting it. It's not free good. And during Corona time, we paid for air also. So I think we won't forget it. So there is something called as economic good. Here you can see it. It is economic. I'll just increase the size. This is economic good. Free good we spoke, something which free and like it is free. We're not paying for it. It is being gifted. And economic good is it has a price in the market for value of exchange. That is economic good. So many goods are economic good. Those things and all. And what is the next? Yeah, reason for studying. Yes, this already we saw. Why means we have to make a choice. We should think. We have limited resources. So we need to allocate the resources and then we have to choose among the alternatives. That is the reason why are we studying economics. And I'm just going along with your textbook. And who's a manager? This is what managerial economics. Already I spoke about the stories of managerial economics. After Second World War, it came out because of the need of the business all over the world. This managerial economics was bought. Okay. And managerial economics, it is more practical. As I said, we are going to study over here about many basic economic concepts. We'll be speaking of cost, production possibility, and many other things which is fundamentals over here. Those things we'll be speaking today. I'll just scan through it and then I'll take you to the whiteboard so that we'll speak. Okay, circular flow of an economy. This will come back here. Is the whiteboard visible?
Yes, madam.
Okay. So here we spoke about something called as free good. We knew what is free good, what is economic good, and there is something called as consumer good. Consumer good. Consumer good means it satisfies one's wants. So by direct consumption, we are consumer, you and me are consumer, right? So both of us are consumer means the consumer good is satisfying our wants. So here there is something called as durable good and non-durable good. We have durable goods and non-durable goods. Durable goods, which has a life, house, car, to a certain extent. Okay, non-durable goods, it cannot exist more than it depends upon that. Vegetables, we can say milk, fish. Yeah, and we have something called as capital good. Capital good satisfy our wants directly. Indirectly, it satisfies our want. Capital good can also be called as producers because we call it a consumer good. This is producers good. We used to make, a car is used to make another car, or the parts is used to make another parts. So capital good satisfies our wants indirectly. That is capital good. And consumer good we already saw. There is something called as very important thing is necessary good, comfort and luxurious good. I think these are basic: necessary, comfort and luxurious. What is necessary good?
Which is necessary for living.
For day-to-day life, exactly. Very basic. We need food, we need clothes, we need house, shelter. So all these are necessary good. Comfort good is? Comfort good?
Those are like buying sofas, things like that.
Those are?
Sofa, armchair.
Those goods are generally luxurious products or like that.
Luxury, we have a different category.
Okay.
For a decent life.
Yeah, decent. Some comfort. So someone says, no, we're sitting in the sofa watching a TV, we feel so comfortable. We feel comfortable sitting in this place. So the place or something which you feel comfortable, it depends from individual to individual. In economics, you should know something. What the thing is, we cannot generalize everything. Always there'll be some exceptional cases. Even in life, you can see. We are not speaking about those exceptional cases here. We can speak only about the normal you and me. like normal consumers, rational consumers. The term we call it as a rational consumers. So you and me are rational consumers. We are not going to speak about exceptional cases. Always there'll be some 10% or even 1% of exceptional cases. When we go into the class in detail, we'll be speaking about those exceptional cases and all. Those people we are not considering. The rest 90% of the population only we'll be speaking about. So those people are, we are going to speak about them only. So comfort good is something which I feel comfortable or you feel comfortable. When I am in this place or when I sit in the sofa and watch this TV, I feel comfortable. Or when I travel in this car, I feel comfortable. It depends. Luxury good, which is too much. So yes, some people say diamond is luxurious. Some people say yes, this BMW is luxurious. But you should see something which is comfortable for one people can be a necessary good for someone else. I think you admit this. You should accept, because some people feel so luxurious. I feel it is really prestigious thing when a huge car stands before in the portico. But not everyone feel. Necessary good means they don't even have a place to put a sofa there, but I feel it comfortable sitting in the sofa. So for someone who feels it's comfortable, it needn't be comfortable for another person. It can be necessary for them. Understood? It is a small thing over here. Even the luxury also. Some people feel, yes, it's so too luxurious. I want this type of good. But for other, it can be comfortable traveling in that car. Or they feel comfortable wearing only diamond necklace. So it can be like that. So we cannot generalize all in this place. Okay, got it? We are moving on to the next. Can I move?
Yes, please.
Yes. So we are just speaking about basic ideas. Then we have something called as I should speak about what is a firm, what is a household, government, everything. Okay, firm, firm is nothing but business firm. Here we are going to speak about household firm. In this case, since it's managerial economics, we'll be speaking about business firm, which inputs. With the inputs, you're going to produce some output using that only. Household means you and me are household. And there is something called as government, foreign sector. And this, I'll show you a circular flow of the economy, and then we'll move on because that is the next portion. Circular flow of an economy. I'll just ask you, you give me the answer. Okay, assuming there's something here. If I want to buy or if you, okay, you and me and someone, both of us. And before that, I should say someone called as a consumer, and there is someone called as a producer. Who's a consumer? Who's a producer?
Who produces the product is producer, and who consumes the
product is consumer. Very good. So you and me are consumers. Sometimes we can also produce something. Consumer, what is the objective of a consumer? Next question. What do you think?
Use the product. Consume the product.
To fulfill the need of demand.
Exactly, fulfilling our needs. Yes. Consumer means you and me are consumer. So we have an objective of we should get a maximum satisfaction while consuming that commodity. Yes or no? When we consume that commodity, we should get a maximum satisfaction.
Yes.
And producer is nothing but producer is someone who's supplying a commodity. I think someone is. Thank you, sir. Producer is someone who produces or supplies, okay, the commodity. And what will be his objective, his or her objective? To produce goods. Produce goods.
And profit.
Yes, exactly. So in economics, we will be exactly writing profit like pi. Okay, profit should be expressed as pi in economics. So the objective of a producer is maximizing profit. You should maximize profit by minimizing cost, and then maximum output, maximum revenue, anything and everything will be going to producer. And the consumer, as I said, his main objective is with minimum price, I should get maximum satisfaction. Yes, because whenever we go out or we will see people, that is okay. When it comes to demand, I'll exactly tell those stories and all. So objective of a consumer is to maximize the satisfaction by consuming that commodity. Okay. The next is I'll show you this. There is something called a circular flow of an economy. What are we going to speak about the circular flow of an economy? Assuming that I need to buy a laptop, or you need to buy a laptop. Where will you go to get a laptop?
Market.
Very good.
Electronic appliance.
Exactly. We call this as a product market, where the products are sold. Okay, it is called as a product market. And to product market, from where they'll be getting in product market? Who will supply to this product market? Someone, right?
Supplier.
Supplier. So it is a firm. It is a firm over here. It is a firm who produces, and they are supplying to the product market. What are they supplying? The goods and services they are supplying. In turn, what they get? What does the firm get? You are buying the commodity. So we are paying here, right? It comes in from a revenue. In rupees we pay here.
Ashutosh, please mute yourself.
Okay, sir.
Okay. See, firm is there. And what is a product market? Where products are sold is called as a product market. How the products are coming in product market? Someone, somewhere, they are producing a commodity and they are supplying it in the product market. So you and me, we go to the product market and buy table, chair, pencil, scale, anything, laptop. So that is sold in a product market, but it comes from some place. So we call this a business firm. A firm. So we call it a business firm. It is actually supplying goods and services to the product market. In turn, they give money, right? Without money, nothing happens. They pay some amount to the firm and they get that commodity. So what are they getting? What are the firm getting in turn? They are getting some sort of revenue. And what happens here? This product, which is in the product market, you and me are the household. What did you say? We went to the product market to buy these goods or services. You and me are going to the product market and we got this. So in turn, what happens? I think, see. Okay, this is this side, like product market. You and me, we got something from the product market, the goods and services. And in turn, we paid money to them, right? So we paid something. This is called as consumer spending. Consumer spends something and he's getting, in turn, he's getting the goods. This is the lower half. Okay, now there is someone, right, who will supply that to the business firm. Who is that someone? From where do they get the wood, or where do they get that material to make the laptops and all, or any furniture?
Manufacturers.
Raw material supplier.
Yeah. We consolidate, or we call it as resource market. We call it as resource market. There's something a product market where products are sold, resource market where resources are supplied. So here from the resource market, the resources goes to the business firm. The resources are supplied to the business firm. And what are they doing? Actually, they should pay some cost, right? Cost of production will be there. They pay some cost over here to them and they supply it to the business firm. From business firm only, they do some sort of manipulation, or they create that commodity and they sell in the product market where you and me go and buy. We are the households. And what in this product market or in this resource market, what happens? Resource market, we have something called as something is supplied over here. What is that something which is supplied from here? We are being sold in this place. What are we doing? We call it as factors of production. Factors of production. What is it? Land, labor, capital, and organization. We give the land for the resource market, for which we get in turn as, for land, what do we get? Rent. Labor, you and me serve as a labor there. We are in the household, we are going and we are working here. So you and me are the labor means what do we get it as a labor? For labor, what do you get? Salary. Then
Salary.
capital. You are giving some sort of money to them. So when you give some money, what you are getting in turn? You are being paid as interest. Yes, no, you give money, some money for them to do something. You are getting in turn, you are getting an interest for it. And then finally, if you and me, we have an organization, we are an entrepreneur, you have a startup, then for that, what are we going to get? Profit. Right? So all these four things are nothing but we call it as a factor of production. Throughout the entire economics, we'll be speaking of this factor of production. We'll be speaking of this marginal. What is that marginal concept? We have marginal, some concept called as marginal. We call marginal utility, marginal profit, marginal cost, so many things. And then we speak about profit. We'll be speaking about cost. We'll be speaking about short run and long run. What is short run? What is long run? So many, these will be some key terms. Key terms, utility. You should definitely take this name called utility. What is this utility? Utility means simple English satisfaction. Satisfaction. That is what we call it as utility. So here, these are the keywords which is expected in economics. So utility means satisfaction. As we said, what is consumer's objective? Consumer's objective is maximizing utility. Initially, we called it satisfaction. Now, we are going to use the economic term itself called as maximizing utility. And another thing over here, this is business firm, okay? So, business firm, there's a demand. What do they demand? Business firm demand in resource market. Yes or no? The business firm has a demand in resource market. But what do? They supply it to product market. Yes? Is it clear? Business firm demand in resource. There's a demand. They demand in resource market. That is, they get the commodity, right? They get it as a raw material. And after finished good, they supply it in the product market. So this is for business firm. And for household, what is household doing? Household supply in resource market. What is the household supply in resource market? What is the supply from household? Land, labor, capital, and organization, factor of production, all the factors of production. So they supply that to resource market, and in turn, what do they demand? They demand in product market. Just see whether it is confusing, this final point. You can write it in your own words. These are the key things, and then we will be bringing government over here. Within this, it's not over. We are not bringing government here. Government will be playing a role here. And then there's bank, there's import, export. All these are out. So government, what is happening in government? Government actually, it will spend. Government is spending over here. Government is spending in resource market. And for that, they get the resources from the resource market. They spend the money and they get resources. And here in product market, when they give the product, again, here they are giving the product. Government is spending and giving the product here. What is government spending and giving the product? Government hospitals, schools, government buses, all these comes here. So they spend, government spending and for the product market. And in turn, they get it as goods and services. Product market, what is there in product market? We said finished good. You and me. Teachers are there. Doctors are there. Service, people who do service. So government is spending for them. They pay their salary. In turn, the government is getting goods and services. Services, where they are providing a service through them, through the government. And when you come here, what happens here? Here, the government, what happens to the business firm? It's not this way. What happens to business firm? From business firm, there is some income over here. What is coming? The government, they are paying tax. Tax is there. Subsidy is also there. The government gives a subsidy sometimes, and the business firms are paying tax to the government. The household, there are many household welfare schemes. You know, all the schemes, household welfare. Here also they are giving, it comes into the government. The money is flowing this way. In your textbook, it will be in a different way. I'll show your textbook also. I'll share your textbook. Okay. This is a circular flow of the economy, what we saw just now. Is it clear what happens, the inflow and outflow? There is business firm, there is resource market, there is product market. I'll show my PPT because I've done a different PPT here.
Yeah, it looks little different though because resource and product market not there.
Yes, this is the PPT which I am having. I'll be sharing it. Clear? So this is what it is. Business firm is there, goods and services goes here. In turn, they get a revenue. This is the product market. Product market, all the products are, most of the products are sold to the individual household, you and me. We are the individual. We call them as households. And from here, they give the money. It's spending on product. We spend the money and in turn, we are getting some goods over there. And resource market, it supplies. It gives the resources to the business firm. In turn, they pay for the resource. Whatever they get, they pay for the resource. And the other side, the supply. Household or the individual, they supply here as factors of production. I said no, land, labor, capital, organization, factors of production. In turn, we get the input as, it can be interest rate, it can be for land rent. Then what did we say? Land, labor, salary and profit. So all the four are comes this side. And then government over here plays a vital role. Taxes are coming inside and then it goes as subsidy, all welfare schemes. And then what is
Ma'am, can you
please share the previous slide?
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. So next, what is this managerial economics? Already we saw what is managerial economics. What is the decision making? Why the decision making in managerial economics? Already we saw. It is purely theoretical. It's not theoretical alone. When we apply it empirically, we'll get a good result. The economic theory often here, you know, mostly that is what they said in abroad. The first paid person will be a managerial economist because his responsibilities are more. I think I didn't give here. His responsibilities are more. Managerial economist, he have to take lot of decision in favor of a organization because he's working as a managerial economist. So he have to give his best. Before that, we'll speak what a firm is and the objective of a firm. You know what is an objective of a firm? So objective of a firm is to maximize your organizational goal. Definitely there'll be an objective for my organization. So I should be work for to achieve the organizational goal. Then maximizing output, maximizing sales, minimizing cost, maximizing profit, shareholders return, and the consumer satisfaction. All these are objective of a firm. So normally objective of a firm is an important question everywhere. So since it's a first, what to say, initial chapter or first chapter, normally this question, what is an objective of a firm, will be important. So you can write it in your own words. If you think you're a firm, what will be your objective? We should maximize the output with minimum cost, maximize the sales, maximize my revenue, maximize the profit, and minimize the cost. Then my organization has a goal. I should achieve to attain that goal effectively and to increase my shareholders' return. So all these are objective of a firm. And then we have something called as objective of a managerial economist. It's a lesson over. Okay. There is someone called as managerial economist, I said, no? So there is a, I don't know whether it's there. Managerial economist. Role of a managerial economist. Who is a managerial economist? He manages his organization. So I don't think it's here in this text, but kindly take a note of it. Role of a managerial economist, if they ask, That also you can write the same thing, like objective of a firm, what is objective of a firm. So role of a manager economist also, he is working for the organization. So he should work to achieve the organizational goal. He should see that the company has the maximum output. The company creates a maximum sales. The company is maximizing their profit. The company maximizes consumer satisfaction. And he should have a wide knowledge about the market. Because if I know about my opponent only, I'll be having a look at my opponent. What is he selling? So I should see that I sell more, or I should create more profit. I should see, or I should have a wide knowledge about the market situation. What is happening in the market? Which product has more demand? How I should create more demand for my product? Or what is consumers' their interest, their current interest. You see, the consumer's interest keeps on changing according to the situation itself, this current market situation. Whatever was there 30 years, 40 years, even 10 years back, now it's it's gone out. So they keep on shifting because of the technology and because in and around growth. In that case, I, being a managerial economist, I should make the commodity in such a way that my consumers are retained. I should satisfy my consumers. Speaking about Horlicks, early 20th century, they started, and they are still in the market because they know how to capture the consumers. You see, so many varieties of Horlicks is there. Junior Horlicks, chocolate Horlicks, mother's Horlicks, for iron, for even elderly people, diabetes. So many varieties are there. They are moving along with the consumers. They are just looking into the taste of the consumers. They are knowing the mindset of the consumers. So they are able to give a product which satisfies the consumers. This is which is happening. And then all these, whatever I said now, all these are the role of a managerial economist. What do you think as a role of managerial economist means? These are the role. So kindly take a note. You have in front of you the objective of a firm. So the role of a managerial economist is also something like this. Same, because I am working for my organization, I'll be working to achieve my organizational goal. I want to see it's maximizing its profit, maximizing its sales. So all these. Okay? Till this, any doubt?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'm moving on to the next chapter. I don't know how managerial economist is not there. Okay, demand is there. So, which is our first unit. I'll just see the syllabus. See. Okay, so demand is there. We'll speak about demand now. What is demand? What is demand? Can you say what is demand?
The need.
Need. Very good. Simple. One word.
Requirement.
Requirement. Okay, good. I'll start it here. Okay. So,
ma'am, necessity.
Necessity. Okay. Okay. See, requirement. I'm just walking in the road. Okay. You are walking in the road. Okay. You are seeing a nice bike in the showroom. You need it. You love the bike. So can I call it as a demand? Or can I take it as a demand?
No.
Why no? You said requirement. You need that bike. Why can't it be a demand?
Necessity, fundamental demand.
Exactly. Necessity. Then?
When we need something for a compulsory purpose.
Compulsorily you need it to make its demand. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. See, actually, as they said, no, fundamentally, it's not only I have a liking for that bike, I should have the...
For example, salt is very much needed to run the family. That is a demand.
That is a demand.
Salt.
Okay.
Immediate requirement.
In my view, there should be willingness to buy or purchase.
Exactly. You should have the purchasing power to buy that commodity. You love the bike.
Also when the need is priority.
Yes, that is also there. If I don't have a need but I have the purchasing power, it's not a demand. There's another word also there.
Car is luxury, no? The
Yes.
demand means fundamental. What do you call?
Ma'am, we must needed product.
Must needed.
Yes, car
Must
is
needed things.
if I need the car and I have the purchasing power to buy the car, you're buying it. So that only creates a demand. Actually, I'll give you like this. So I said, no, someone sees a good car, so he wants
For example, essential commodities.
Okay. Okay, sir. We'll keep like
Right.
that itself. Okay, thank you. So the car is there in the
Then
showroom.
it becomes like a luxury demand, maybe.
What does it come again? Your voice is breaking.
So there it comes like luxury demand for a need of a car.
That only. See, the first time when, like a few minutes back when I said itself, luxury for someone can be necessary for someone. For one,
Ma'am, we should have both, right? Ability to buy and willingness to buy.
Exactly. Ability and willingness plays a vital role here. So that is what demand is. So what is it? Actually, that is what I'm telling you. You just pass by. There's a car over there. You saw the car in the showroom. You like the car, and what are you doing? You are trying to. You want to buy the car. Okay. So you're giving money and you're buying the car. Once you buy the car, what is happening? The car is moved away from the showroom. When the car is away from the showroom, so you're the one who's creating a demand. What is it? For a new car to come and occupy in that place. It happens for anything. If the car is there, I'm having the money to buy, I don't want the car, it is not a demand because the car is still there in the showroom itself. This is the way how a demand is created. I like that sambar in this particular hotel very much, okay? That is not only me, so many people are liking it. So they go buy more sambar. So when more sambar is being, the demand for sambar is more means they have to supply, they have to create more. So there is a demand for sambar means there'll be after we buying and getting it out of the place, you are the one, you and me are the one who created a demand for the sambar in that hotel. You and me are the one who created the demand for the car in that place, in the showroom. So you and me are the one who created demand to make a producer to supply another new car and occupy in that place. So I should have the willingness.
Madam.
Yes, tell me, sir.
If the demand is raised, ultimately the prices also will raise.
That will speak, sir. That only will become.
Okay.
What is happening? What are the factors that will come? So now we are speaking basically what is demand. That's all. What is demand? The definition, and then we'll be speaking about all these things. Okay. So then you know the definition of demand. Demand as a proper definition. So whatever I said now, it's enough. You can write that the willingness and ability to buy that creates a demand. That is demand. Okay. And the second one is there is something called as law of demand. What is law of demand? Demand is there and price. Law of demand says this law of demand you have to write as it is. It is within inverted commas. So you have to write exactly. Very simple words. As demand increases, price decreases. Or as price increases, demand decreases. The law of demand states that there is an inverse relation between demand and price. That's all. Okay. So very simple line only. The law of demand states that as price increases, the demand decreases or vice versa. Okay. So the next thing is we'll be seeing what is the reason why this demand. First is demand, and then I should say demand schedule is there. Something called as demand schedule. I'll just draw the graph and I'll show you. I'm having a very simple. Demand price 10, 20, 30.
Ma'am, can you explain again about demand and price, ma'am?
Yes, sir. 1 sec. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Demand as you know, there is always an inverse relation between price and demand. That is what law of demand states. Law of demand. What is law of demand states? There's always an inverse relation between price and demand. If in case you're asked in the exam to write all about demand, first you're going to give the definition of demand, and then the law, what the law of demand states, and then whatever I'm going to speak now, you write exactly those things. That the side with the side heading, it will be very simple, and it will also you can occupy more place also. Wait, I'll tell you. One sec, I'll just move this. It's my eraser. This is my eraser. No, sorry. Okay. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Should I repeat it again? What is demand? Why there's a relation?
Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
Demand is nothing but, as I said, demand is nothing but the willingness and ability you are having to buy a specific commodity. You should have the willingness and the ability to buy that commodity. That is the definition of demand. Okay? Is it okay? Or you should be pretty more. That is what the demand is nothing but you should have the willingness and ability to buy a particular commodity. Love for it alone is not necessary. It's not enough. You should have the desire to buy as well as the purchasing power to give the money, to pay the money for it, for the particular commodity. That is what demand is. And then second point is, first is definition. First will be definition of demand. Second will be law of demand. Law of demand, you're going to say, what is law of demand? There is an inverse relation between the demand price of a commodity and the demand. That's all. And or vice versa. It can be as price increases, quantity demand decreases, or as price decreases, quantity demand will increase. This is what law of demand is. Okay? And the third one is demand schedule. What is demand schedule? Demand schedule is, the third one will be demand schedule. Demand schedule. What is demand schedule? A table which has a combination of price and demand is a demand schedule. Over here you can see like when per kg of tomato was ₹50. See, again I'm stressing the point over here. We are speaking about rational consumers. Most of the population, how it moves. There will be some specific cases. Those people will, they will buy. That's all. So those people we are not bringing over here. We are rational consumers. Exceptional cases will not be considered here. You can ask why we can buy, no, even it's 50, no. Just few people, but not the entire population goes in that way. So here, if 1 kg is 50 rupees, the demand will be very less. If they say the price is 10 rupees, 5 kgs we are giving, you can see more people go for it. It is the natural. When we go the roadside, they say 1.5 kg of pomegranate is 100 rupees. You can see a lot of people buying the pomegranate for 100 rupees. Cauliflower this season, 4 to 5 flowers they say. Because the season is there and the price is cheap, they buy. Off season, one cauliflower is 75 rupees. How many people go for it? So here it says when the price is less, the demand of the particular commodity increases. Price is more, demand will always less. Okay. Then we have something called as demand curve. What is this demand curve? You draw a curve based on the demand schedule is demand curve.
Ma'am?
Yes?
Can you explain the demand schedule again?
Demand schedule is nothing. A table where there is a combination of price and demand. This is demand schedule. This is the table, right? A table has an output where the demand is so much, price is so much. This is a demand schedule.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Based on this demand schedule, you draw a graph. It becomes a demand graph, demand curve. That's all. See? Always you should mark your curve. In economics, it's very important. Most of the paper, most of the students, they do like this way. Just there'll be a curve. Just like that, they'll draw. Please don't draw like this. Understand and then draw. Okay, see, we have quantity demanded in x-axis and price in y-axis. So what did I have? 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Kindly mark the axis. Okay, mark the axis, and definitely you should name the axis also. What is in your x-axis, what is in your y-axis? You should name it. And then what do you have? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. For 1, what did you have? See, look in the table and you just plot the graph.
Inverse parabola.
One is 50. Okay. 2 is 40. 330, 4, and 5. Join the points. This is demand. Clear? Based on the demand schedule, you're drawing a curve. That curve is called as demand curve. Join the demand curve. You can see the demand curve slopes downwards. Till this you have doubt? Is it clear? Just your sorting. Okay, thank you. Just you're plotting the point based on this.
Clear, ma'am.
Based on the demand schedule. That is
Just
what
one
this.
question. So this, as these are inversely proportional, if I change the axis also, it will result in same curve. So does it matter? Does it matter which axis we put?
Actually, we say x-axis we should have quantity demanded or quantity supplied, and price will be in y-axis. I'll tell you the reason when we move on to in the next class. I'll tell you that because we when we run a regression model, always y will be dependent. I don't know how many of you in this forum knows about this. Y is equal to a plus bx. You would have seen this equation. Here, normally they say y for price depends upon demand. Okay, but in reality, real world, this is not the model. Demand can also influence the price, that we know, right? Price, it's not a one-way relationship. Here we cannot say price only depends upon demand. Demand can also be a function of price. In that case, nowadays, traditionally they had this graph, but now you can do the other way around also. Because when we do run models, we run both the way. Demand is a function of price, price is a function of demand. So in reality, if you get a data set, we can do both. So that it doesn't matter. We'll always get to this curve only. Clear?
Sure, thank you.
So just 5 more minutes. We will just complete this, and again next class we'll start with this. Quickly we'll have a recap. Okay, with this, this is demand curve. Demand curve slopes downwards. What is this demand curve slopes downwards? Demand curve slopes downwards because of two. Actually, we say 3 reasons, but for you it's enough because you're in the first semester. 2 reasons I'll tell you. There is something called as income effect and substitution effect. Income effect and substitution effect. Before that, what is substitution? What is substitution effect?
Minusing.
Come again, minus. What is it?
Offset. Kind of removing something. Offset.
Option, exactly. In place of another. You're substituting something in place of another. That is substitution effect. I'll tell you this example. See, 10 o'clock, we want to have some coffee, something, okay, in our campus. So we go out. We didn't find coffee. That in that case, we are getting only tea. But tea is much more cheaper than coffee. 10 o'clock, I want to have something hot. I don't mind tea or coffee, but coffee, and compared to coffee, tea is much more cheaper. So what I'm doing, I'm substituting tea in place of coffee. See, you can say, no, I'm a coffee lover. Even coffee is ₹100, I want to drink. So you have become in the exceptional group. Again, I'm repeating, we are speaking about rational consumers. See, assuming like another story I'll tell you. Last week, you have gone to a supermarket. You took a 100 grams tea packet, 100 grams coffee packet. This is not reality. It is a story I'm telling. So 100 tea and coffee was same price, assuming it is ₹100. So I didn't mind. You took one coffee packet or tea packet and you came home. So this week when you went to the same shop, you found, what did you find last week? Coffee and tea was ₹100 only. This week when you went there, you found coffee was ₹150 and tea was same 100. So what can you say here? Relatively, tea is much cheaper than coffee. Yes or no? Do you admit?
Yes.
So in this case, I substitute
Yes, ma'am.
tea in place of coffee. This is substitution effect. We need something. That is what comparatively. I'm using that word. Underline that word. When
Relatively.
Comparatively or relatively, I feel tea is much cheaper than coffee. This is substitution effect. And then I'll just speak about these two and close the class. Income effect. What is this income effect? Income. When my income is more, see, tomorrow I'm 25,000 extra I'm going to get. By tomorrow, next 2 days, for sure I'm going to get 25,000. Today itself my demand will be increased. I'll think I should buy this, I should buy that. Schedule. I'll be having a lot of schedule. So when your demand increases, when your income increases, your demand also increases. Yes?
Yes.
If my income increases, I know for sure I'm going to become a millionaire, a billionaire, trillionaire. I won't eat rice. Only pizza, pizza, pasta, those things only. It will be high for me. Rich food only I try to eat. Go to 5-star hotel. So as my income increases, my demand increases. This is a psychological concept. Nowadays, people are a little cautious also. So they are going for healthy food. But the theory says, when your income increases, your demand increases. If you have more money, you will spend more. That is what the theory. So income decreases, demand decreases. So there are two effects which plays a vital role for demand to. I think we have crossed the time. So thank you so much. Next class we'll meet. Okay, we'll start again demand and we'll meet.
Ma'am, may I have a doubt, ma'am?
Yeah, sure. Ask me.
Ma'am, we can use calculator for the research methodology subject, ma'am?
Kindly ask the faculty who's going to handle the paper, okay? Because I can tell here, you need to get, because I'm not sure about it.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, please share this PPT.
Sure. I'll ask ma'am. Yeah, morning class also students ask. So I'll speak with ma'am and I'll share the PPT, because this is the entire thing. The entire 5 chapters very crisply I've given here. So I'll make a clear thing. Yeah.
Ma'am, I am interrupting. Ma'am, I am asking you if you need, because time is very less. Okay, an exam schedule are totally uploaded in the 21st December onwards.
Yes.
So which unit is most important? Kindly give some important suggestions, like out of 5 units, which is more focusing on or which is more prioritized?
Sir, question, definitely you'll be having questions in all these things. Now I said no, demand. Demand is very important. Same way supply. Those things will be regularly asked. So you can go to the previous year question paper, you can have a look at it. So I think the question papers will be uploaded here, or you can contact them and you can get it. So from there you can get an idea. But whatever we are going to take, we'll never avoid anything. All 5 units I'll cover, but I'll give you an idea of the entire 5 units. I won't leave anything like not covering.
I think national income is also very important.
Yes, it's important, but you need to see the choice. I think there is choice. At least something national income. If they ask you some model, you can say about national income or business cycle. Things relate. It can be optional, but you can write it in your words. Kindly take. But my sincere advice is, do not leave any question unanswered. You should write something. Rather, it's better to get 2 marks rather than getting 0, right? So
right.
Answer everything.
Madam, hi, madam.
Hello, sir.
Madam.
Yes, sir.
Can I get an previous exam question paper?
Yes, you should contact the ma'am and you should ask it. Anyway, I will also speak to the coordinators. Okay.
Yeah, just to get an idea.
I think it's uploaded it must be uploaded in the website. You can ask ma'am also. I'll also check. Okay, you can kindly speak to ma'am and you can get the.
Ma'am, one more question, ma'am. Ma'am, to 15 marks case study is also come. So I think which chapter is more focusing for the case study?
The entire thing. Once they asked about demand in case study, once they asked about some national problem in case study. So we cannot judge where they are focusing. But case study, understand this. to all the people in the forum, I'm telling you, please do not, you have to attend the case study. Don't leave the case study, Anna, because exactly 20 or 25 marks you're leaving in case study. Sometimes people, when they correct, they'll see only if you have applied the attended that question. So it's very important to attend the case study. In a demand, right? Demand, when we are doing, I'll speak about the case study in demand, in elasticity in demand. So those case studies in the previous year question paper, whatever I found, I will speak. So then you definitely have to think and then apply. Cost, sometimes I think in one case it came in cost. So when you understand the concept, you can attend the case study. Do not leave the case study unanswered. Again, I'm telling you, repeatedly telling, do not leave any question unanswered. Exactly, if they ask 5 questions, attend the 5 questions. Definitely you know something. You just think of a simple meaning of that term and then apply it into the subject. It's not only for me, for any subject for that matter. What does that particular keyword means, general English, and then fix it in your subject. And then answer.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Thank you. We are running out of time. So next class we'll meet. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, ma'am.
Dear students, so
Hello, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
good afternoon, good afternoon. As a continuation of our discussion with regard to research methods.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. I think most of you are participating. That is very, very important because it is expected. So, what I want to.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes.
So, good afternoon, sir. What subject, sir?
This is research methodology.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So today we will discuss about the objectives of the research and hypothesis and questionnaire designing. Yeah. So
Yes,
these are the 3 important concepts of the research methodology to be discussed with all of you. Because you know, when you go for conducting market research.
So, sir, one quick thing before you go. Sorry for interrupting. So, so this is our 3rd class, and I know, like I think there is around 5 classes, right? And we are still in Unit 1. So, like, what will be our plan in terms of like all the remaining? I think.
No, you have 7 classes. You have 7 classes.
Okay. For your subject, there is 7.
So last 2 classes I have almost discussed with you about the types of research, descriptive research, etc. So now we have to move to the sampling, objectives, hypothesis. If time permits, I'll discuss about the pilot study, etc. Yeah.
Got it. So you have covered basically around all those 7 lectures, right? You'll cover the entire unit.
Yes, yes. No, you see, the question is that, you know, we complete this particular syllabus by taking more than 40 hours. Yeah. So therefore, you may say this is what I am going to touch. I'm touching some of the concepts which are very key to the research methodology. Many of the things which you can manage on your own. And for example, you know, hypothesis, research objectives, and sampling, how do you conduct the pilot study, reliability, validity. So these are the things, and the measurement of scale, and which statistical tool to be used for testing hypothesis. These are the things which I will try to discuss with you. And subsequently, you may try to read in details about them because today is the 3rd class, so tomorrow to the 4th class. So perhaps next, including this, we may finish most of the important concepts of the research methodology.
Sure, thank you.
And in the end of the class, all of you will feel very comfortable and confident. Yes. we have understood. For example, because the way I'm trying to tell you, we had a discussion on the statement of the problem, identification of the problem, how the problem can be identified in research. So that I had a discussion with you. Because problem identification is the first step of the research. So because as a researcher, as an MBA, as a student of MBA, ultimately you all depend on the results of the market research. Accordingly, decisions will be taken to address the problem of the market. And all of you are going to study the behavior of the market. That means the behavior of the consumer, behavior of the economy, behavior of the society, behavior of the behavior of the environment, behavior of the supply chain, etc. But primarily, we try to know the market trends, market behavior. So, as you know, market behavior will not be stable all the time. Market behavior will oscillate, fluctuate, because it gets fluctuated depending on the economic factor, social factor, ecological, environmental factor, so many factors. Today, you see, because of the war between Israel and Palestine.
Any presentation?
Pardon?
I cannot see any presentation, sir.
No,
You're
no, I have not
presenting.
shared the presentation. I am going to share it. Have patience. Okay.
Thank you,
So
sir.
therefore, problem identification is very, very important for all of you. And how do you identify the problem? That depends on your experience. That depends on your readings. Most of the time, general problems can be seen, and the nature of the problem can also be experienced and visualized. Sometimes, let me tell you, when you see your friend having sick health or ill health, all of a sudden, if you look at his or her face and you comment it, you don't look very healthy. You appear to be unhealthy, look very ill. Am I right, Pranam?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that means you may not know what type of disease or what type of health problem he or she has. But on your very first appearance, first meeting, you see, you comment it. No, you don't look very healthy. You don't appear to be healthy. So therefore, what your friend will do? Oh, friend will say, yes, this problem happened, that problem happened. Then you start suggesting, no, you do one thing, you don't come to the conclusion. So you go for a test. So because test and diagnosis, that means if you go for a test, the doctor will diagnose through the investigation of the pathology, etc. And even the doctor would give or identify the disease of your friend, even you don't accept it. If the disease is severity of the disease is very high, or severity of the disease is beyond the control, so sometimes you go for second, third, and fourth opinions at different places, and you go for uh, 3 to 4 different tests. Always, whenever I take the class of research methodology, I always give the examples of the medical science, and then the social science, and our management science. Because in the management science, which is close to social science, we try to understand the problem of the customer, problem of the supply chain, demand problem, supply problem, and sales problem, sometime branding problem, sometime positioning problem, segmentation problem. Nowadays, too many different areas of research are being conducted. So problem identification is problem. So when you identify the problem, because to study the problem, you need certain research design, for which this paper is included in the first semester. So let the student of MBA understand various concepts of the research method, so that they can apply this knowledge not only in their day-to-day professional life, but their project work, intensive study, project study, or some application of research knowledge in other papers. Therefore, this paper is there in the first semester. So therefore, what I am trying to present to all of you is, is about the hypothesis, and with hypothesis, then questionnaire design also I will discuss with you, all of you. My screen is not allowed. They have to share the screen actually. They are not allowed to share the screen. That means they have admitted me like a student. So I have to call them now, just for a minute. I'm just signing out and then I'll sign on. Just a minute. But anyway, let them enable it. In the meantime, let me continue. So we need to formulate the objectives of the research. So how are you going to formulate the objectives? So objectives will be formulated from, you may have maximum, as far as your dissertation is concerned, you may have 3 to 4 objectives. If you go for a big research report or funded research study, so you may, depends on the research problems, nature of the research problems, your objective will increase. But primarily better to limit the number of the objective statements to 4 to 5, not more than that. For example, you may say to study erratic customer buying behavior in a shopping mall. To study purchasing power or ability of the customers in the urban areas. To study the cause and effects of buying in the weekend, not on the weekdays. Or you may say to investigate the reasons of postponing the purchase to the weekend, or you may say to find the reason of postponing the purchase during the time of the sales promotion or discounts. So because we need to know the decision of the customers, the consumers. Accordingly, the decision will be taken. For example, you are in the apparel business, or you are in the food business or confectionery business, because these are the certain businesses which are driven by the festival fervor or festival motives, festival moods. So with this, yes, the slide has been enabled. Let me share it now. Let me start with the hypothesis, as I told you. Madam, share kali. So, because in the end of the research, the objective of the research is the conclusion of the research, inference of the research. So when you have objectives, so you have to conclude the research. So research conclusion can only happen with hypothetical, the test of the hypothesis. So anybody can answer me, why do we want to take the help of a hypothesis? Without a hypothesis, can we conduct the research without taking or without including hypothetical statements? Can anybody answer me? Can anybody answer me?
For objective of the research, sir.
Okay. Anyone?
Hypothesis means,
Yeah.
sir.
Yes.
Hypothesis means we should not come to a conclusion.
No,
It's
we
a
should come
dilemma.
to the conclusion. We should come to the conclusion. Hypothesis helps us in drawing the inference or conclusion. Because we are going to, because a researcher will draw the conclusion on the basis of the population parameter, on the basis of the population parameter which is taken in the research. Ankit, Sati, Dua, okay?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that maybe we can't test all the population. That's why we do hypothesis on the on a small population or sample, so that we can do further research.
Very correct, very correct. Thank you, Ankita. So this is a very correct answer, because we are not doing the census study, we are doing the sampling study. Clear?
It is an assumption.
If you go for a census study, that means all population parameters are included. All members in the universe will be included. So when you go for the sample study, that means representation of the population in the universe is included in the research by analyzing the behavior, or by taking the assumed population, means the sample representative of the population into our analysis. So we hypothetically state and generalize that the remaining population in the universe may behave like this. Am I right? So that we take the risk of 95% in rejecting hypothesis. We also take the risk of 95% in not accepting it. Am I right? Not rejecting it and not rejecting it. Because 95% risk we are taking with 5% significance. So therefore, I'll further go with that. Thank you, Ankita, for sharing your understanding on hypothesis. Because primarily many of the research scholars or the MBA graduates, they fail to understand the need for hypothesis in the research. Because let me tell you, we do the quantitative research in MBA, in management science, or economics, psychology, commerce, etc. Nowadays, you take the example of literature, humanities. So, or you take the example of anthropology, even ecology. Ecology, they use also the quantitative technique. Ecology, environmental science, or you may take all other different sciences, physics, chemistry. Now they are using quantitative. They are using also the statistics. So therefore, in management science, when we use the hypothesis, we try to use the hypothesis as we take this small sample or small group of population who represent the diverse characteristics or heterogeneity of the population, total population in the universe. So therefore, we formulate a hypothesis on the basis of the research questions from the review of literature. Because as you know, when you do any type of research, you have a chapter, namely a review of literature. or you may say overview of the past studies. You may give a title, overview of past studies. Because why do you want to make a past studies? Because you want to make a past study. The idea of the making past studies, just a minute. The idea of taking past studies, because you try to know to what extent the study has been conducted and what are the variables were studied, how those variables were related, and which are the independent variable, which are the dependent variable, how they were associated, and which are the variables they are relevant today, which are the variables they are irrelevant today. So how long some of the variables, relationship with the variables are continuing despite the change of time, change of many other factors, and to what extent, in which circumstances the study was conducted. So therefore, because a researcher is essentially expected to make in-depth and comprehensive studies of the past literature to know, if you want to know the nature of the problem, nature of the disease, nature of the behavior, scope of the behavior. So we need to read, first of all we need to catalog the literature. We have to group them. Clear? So review of literature, we don't do just to do the formalities, because review of literature is nothing but you are going to give your own view in the literature. I told you in the last class. So therefore, after the review of literature, so then you understand the scope of the study, to what extent the study is conducted, and what are the gaps in the relationship today. Then you present them in a theoretical framework, in a diagram. Am I right? You present them in a diagram. Once you present them in the diagram, then you have to develop, you have to classify them as independent variables and dependent variables. If you divide them into two groups, independent and dependent variables, then you will start getting clarity of the research. Because you take the example of your sales depends on what? For example, sales of the mobile handset depends on the ability to buy the mobile, people income, their taste preferences, and their status, esteem. So these are the factors responsible, because these factors which are known to everyone. But when you investigate, when you read, explore, because these factors which are visible in our eyes, without reading them we can tell them. But when you start reading the previous reports, research papers, reference books, so related to the study that is conducted, many factors which are very uncommon, hidden, which would not be known to common people, that you come to know them, you catch them immediately. So you bring these, because these factors sometimes they are very implicit in nature. We can call them as mediating factor and moderating factors. So therefore, we try to raise certain questions after the review of literature. We raise the questions because while raising the questions, we try to see how these questions can be answered. And the questions can be answered by testing the hypothesis. So from the research questions, the objectives will be formulated. From the research questions, the hypothetical statement will be stated or formulated. So it depends on, your hypothesis statements will be formulated depending on the type of literature review you do, or if you go for parametric test or non-parametric test. So ultimately, your statement of hypothesis will be different. So if you see the steps in hypothesis, state the hypothesis, identify the test, statistics, and its probability distribution, specify the significance level. 5% generally you do. Gone are the days we used to keep for 10%. State the decision rule, collect the data, perform the calculations, make the statistical decision, make the economic or investment decision, like managerial decision or policy implications. So generally, all of you must be seeing this bell curve, normal distribution curve. This normal distribution curve is nothing but it is a typical distribution of the population. Because if you take 100 population, if you take 100 population, you never expect that the behavior of the 100 populations is identical. So there will be unidentical or there will be heterogeneity, diversity in behaviors. So we say extreme cases, people who were very negative, they're to the idea of your research question will be 5%, and people 5% will be supportive or very positive to the idea of your research. Biju, you want to ask a question? Biju ji or not? Okay. So therefore, that is why we say them as 5% on the both the side of the curve. Then you see the other areas which are not drawn the line, because you take the example, best example is in a class. If you go to a class of 60 students, do you see all of them brilliant? No. All of them secure 10 CGPA? No. Or all of them secure less than 5 CGPA? No. Or do you see all of them are negative? No. So in the class, you may say the very 5% of the students must be brilliant, and 5 to 10% students will be very mediocre. So brilliant and mediocre, their percentage also will be always same. And that another 90%, you see them, they vary in different levels. Some of them very close to mediocre, some of them are very close to meritocracy. And in the center, you see the average. That means in a typical class of 60, you expect around 60% of the total class, means 36, will be average. Their CGPA will be around 6.5 or 7%. So the 10% CGPA, the percentage will be 5. So therefore, in a typical sample size of 500, you expect that, for example, you ask a question in a Likert scale, strongly agree, strongly agree, neither agree nor disagree, disagree, and strongly disagree. This can be 7-point scale or 5-point scale or 9-point scale, sometimes 10-point scale, staple scale. I'll explain you different scales. So that means you never expect that 60% of the respondent would go for strongly agree or strongly disagree. No. So their number will be around 5% and 5%. And agree and disagree, their number you may say 20%. 20, 40 and 10%. Remaining all, neither agree nor disagree, their number will be 50%. All the time in the statistics. This should be the ideal distribution. This would be the ideal distribution. So therefore, you need to understand the distribution test. Subsequently, there are two types of hypotheses, as all of you know. So we go for null hypothesis, another is called alternative hypothesis. So somebody may ask you a question, there is a directional hypothesis, there is a unidirectional hypothesis. That is the statement of the problem. But mostly, as you know, hypothesis statements must try to seek answer by testing it in two ways. One is called by formulating in a null hypothesis way, in a negative way, and which is the alternative way. Clear? So therefore, always you have need to formulate a null hypothesis. That means you may say customers are not equal in their buying behaviors, or you may say all urbanites or urban dwellers don't all urban dwellers are not the same when they take decisions to go for weekend shopping. So therefore, this is a general. There are two types of statements you can do: frame a research hypothesis and a statistical hypothesis. Research hypothesis, which you do once after the review of literature. That means you may say that sales promotions, promotional measures. Promotional measures are independent of the sale of the product in the shopping center. Whether promotional measures are taken or not, the sale will happen. So that means you may say promotional measures are dependent on the sales of the product in the shopping complex. That means both are related. So therefore, you need to formulate null hypothesis. Somebody may ask me a question: why do we need to formulate a null hypothesis in the past? We need to formulate null hypothesis because null hypothesis, we try to formulate a hypothesis in a way. So because, for example, if it is rejected, then we go for another test, because we test the hypothesis through different tests. If it is a parametric test, we do it because it depends on which scale you use for collecting data. For example, if you use nominal scale, or you may say interval scales, or you may use so nominal scale or interval scales, there you have the option of using the non-parametric test. If you use ordinal scale and ratio scale, you may use the parametric test because continuous of the data. So therefore, null hypothesis is always you have to formulate that there is no significant there are no significant relationship among the male, female, and transgender for purchasing the fashion products or fashionable products in the market. Or you may say there is no significant relationship between the young buyers and old buyers. You would say senior citizen buyers. So because there is a big difference, because the product which will be bought by younger generation will differ from the product purchased by the senior citizens, because their products will be different. Because it shows that both youth and senior citizens, their requirements are different. So, but it is known that they buy two different types of products, but does not happen in all cases. But most of the cases, it happens that both the senior citizens preference for buying a product and the younger generation, when they buy the products in the same place, they go for different products and they go for different. That is the purpose for which we go for demographic segmentation or psychographic segmentation. Because when you segment the market, let me tell you, if you go to a Adidas or a Skechers or a Nike showroom, because you don't get same Nike products which are there in Mumbai, you can get in Puducherry, because they also go for geographical segmentation, because in different locality, all the products produced by the Nike or Adidas or Skechers or the Puma or Liberty which will be bought in all cities. So for Mumbai, as it is a cosmopolitan metro and international city, where the buying by behavior of the people would be very high, and their taste preferences are also very different. So they try to display high-end products with a high quality. So, and similarly, if they come to tier 2 cities, tier 3 cities, so there they produce the product in such a manner that the people will be able to buy. Ultimately, they want to capture the entire market. They want to supply to the complete market. So therefore, you know the visible difference between the buying behavior of the two. But in order to ascertain it, in order to confirm it, and in order to make a test to prove it, because you know that there is a relationship between X and Y. But unless and until it is proven, it is validated, so that relationship cannot be established. Relationship cannot be, the results cannot be accepted. So therefore, we need to prepare certain records and certain events. We need to record it, and we need to scientifically prove it. You take the example of, when you buy a medicine, so how the medicine is produced and tested, the history of the medicine, the process of the medicine will be printed on the, a paper wrapped across the, around the medicines. So a bottle, you can read them. Most of us don't read it. Why you read it? Because it follows certain prescribed procedures. That is called SOP, Standard Operating Procedures. Because as it follows the procedure, so the medicine will be beneficial, and medicine can cure the disease, and medicine can help the patient overcome the problem. So because ultimately you are going to prescribe a solution or remedy to the market. That is why I am using the word medicines. So therefore, we go for null hypothesis. In the beginning, we formulate the relationship does not exist, or you say there no relationship. There is no relationship between or among the variables. So if you, for example, reject it with your hypothetical test by taking the 5% significance level, so that means alternate hypothesis means there is a relationship. So most of the cases, if a researcher or a student would strictly follow the research methods and sampling design and administrating the questionnaire and analyzing properly, 95% of the hypotheses, null hypotheses, are actually rejected. We first make a hypothesis that a culprit is innocent, because when you go to a court of law, when the judge will start hearing the essays from both the lawyers, and the judge always assumes that the person who is under trial is innocent. The person who is under trial is innocent, because as long as sufficient proofs, sufficient evidences are not presented logically, so sometime the culprit will be acquitted. So with this background, let me present you the subsequent steps. So here you can see the hypothesis testing, continuous data, attribute data, non-normal data, normality test, normal contingency table, Bartlett test, one sample t-test, one-way test, and here's Levin's t-test, one sample t-test. So because These are the tests which I'll tell you a little later. I don't want to confuse you at this moment. Primarily, you may follow these 6 steps. Set up a hypothetical statements or formulate a hypothetical statements. You may say there exists no relationship among the among the respondents who belong to category to 3 different categories of age or 3 categories of income, 3 categories of educational qualifications, so 3 categories of family size or expenditure budget, etc. You may classify the sample population into 3 to 4 categories, and the whole idea is you try to find out how are they how all of them are related or not. We may say they are not related. So if they are not related, that means what? We need to prove it. If they are not related, we need to prove it. And while proving it, we reject it. We may say they are related. So therefore, if they are related, because we may conventionally go by the masses. If they are not related, you may go selectively. You may go with some selective research. So therefore, like that, the example is, once people get the bonus before the Dasahara or Diwali or many other festival bonus or incentives, no employees will be tempted to buy immediately, because that will be impulsive purchases. They may not control themselves because they have many suppressed demand. So they immediately go to the place and purchase it. When they go for purchasing the products, so that means it is conventional. We understand that the moment they get the bonuses or incentives, they go for buying it. But this is conventional. But you may say, you may classify the 3 groups. You may say, people, those who get bonus living in urban areas and rural areas, are they different? So you may go for collecting the data from them, what they do after getting the bonuses. So you may have 10 questions here or 10 questions there. You take one questions and you try to analyze them. So this is the way you can draw the conclusions. So then you go set up a suitable significance level. Generally, we set 5% significance level. When you go for testing going a table, you may get a number less than 0.05. Sometimes it will be 0.04, 0.01, like that. Then you may say the hypothesis is rejected because it is within the significance level. So then, how do you are going to reject it? You may take that by taking 95% of the risk or 5% within 5% significance level, that the type 1 error. So this is the way we try to reject the hypothesis. Yeah. So then determine the suitable test statistics, which parametric test, non-parametric test. The parametric test, you may say chi-square test, you may say grammar test, you may go Kruskal-Wallis test, P test, etc. And in the parametric test, you may go for P test and ANOVA test, Toki test, and etc. The hypothesis testing. Hypothesis is a claim or statement about the property of a population, as I told you. And it is extremely important to realize that we are not making definitive conclusions. We are giving probabilistic conclusions. We are either concluding that the results we get are likely to be change or unlikely, because the conclusion shall be done for taking managerial decisions on the basis of the test of the hypothesis, or on the basis of the significance level. So that because we are taking a chance of drawing the conclusion, because if same problem will be studied by another researcher by taking another sample, either the study may have the conformity with the study conducted now, or may the study may differ. That varies. Yeah. So, right, how do you frame a hypothesis statement? Try to create a hypothesis that interestingly addresses the problem statement. If the hypothesis statement is short, focused on the problem statement with a clear and concise manner. When creating statement or paraphrasing queries, keep your audience in mind because for whom you are going to address, formulate the hypothesis, and then accurately define the variables that you will be using the hypothesis and the course of the research. Conduct thorough preliminary research, go through all the relevant scholarly sources regarding your this thing. So null hypothesis. Null hypothesis is a form of hypothesis that is deemed true until proven wrong based on experimental data. So type of hypothesis, as I told you, broadly alternate hypothesis, null hypothesis, and you may make complex hypothesis
Noise is breaking, sir.
alternative, or you may say simple hypothesis, there is no relationship between male and female, and you may say statistical hypothesis in the sense, you know, um, um, sometimes you may fix the data, and the empirical hypothesis mostly from the qualitative approaches. So we may go for questionnaire designing. As I promised you, we will conclude it. So we will discuss it because as you pardon? Pardon? Actually, you are going to, if you are going to do research, you have to have certain tool to capture data because data capturing is the primary responsibility and duty of a researcher. Because data which you are going to take the ownership of the data which you are going to use, a tool either either the tool to be developed by you, or you may borrow the tool or refer to a tool which was used earlier for the similar study. We call them as instrument or questionnaire instrument, or we may sometimes we say questionnaire questionnaire design or construct. Mostly we call the tool questionnaire tool. So if you see this questionnaire, there are 4 steps. Step 1, determine the required information and target respondents. Step 2, prepare a draft questionnaire. Step 3, determine the sequence of the questionnaire, layout of the questionnaire. Step 4, pilot test and assess reliability and validity of the questionnaire. Here students, we go for
Sir, noise is breaking.
I am shutting down the class because it's too much of thunder.
I cannot able to hear.
Sir,
சார் ஸ்ட்ரக் ஆயிட்டாருன்னு நினைக்கிறேன்.
Yeah, I think he was saying that thunder is there. Maybe discontinued.
Yeah, something I think his network is not good.
ஏன் இங்கே காய் போட்டேன்
Done with the session, right? Yes.
Hello guys, I just got to know if there is any WhatsApp group of first semester MBA students.
Yes, sir.
Okay, is it okay if I just furnish my mobile number? Will you add me to that group?
The admin should confirm.
You can go in Telegram group. The group name is.
Okay.
1 minute. I can check.
Actually, what for this group is created for? Are we sharing any information there or simply for grouping?
No, I'm just asking for like study material, exchange of study material and all.
But this was not maintained by the Pondicherry University, no? How we can get the study material there?
No, like if some student is having some sort of study material, he can exchange with us. That will be very convenient if we have that group, I guess.
It's okay.
Somebody was there to provide me the link of Telegram group.
Yeah, bro. 1 minute. MBA.
MBA.
Pondy.
Is that in caps?
Pondy. No,
Sorry?
you can make it. Nothing will be there. You can make it caps or small also. It will come.
Okay, fine. Okay, MBA.
MBA.
Yeah.
Pondy. PO. B.
PO.
P.
Okay.
BO. NDY.
NDY.
UNI. UNI.
UNI. B for beta?
No, B
Is
for
that
partner.
partner? Okay, Pondy.
No.
Pondy UNI.
Yeah.
MBA Pondy
Yeah.
UNI. Okay, fine.
Yes.
Thank
You
you,
can check in
Subhash.
Telegram. Yeah, you can check in Telegram and you can get the group link.
Okay. Thank you very much, Subhash.
Welcome.
Anybody know when our internal exams?
Sir, excuse me. What is that, sir? Bondi, MBA Bondi, UNI. What is that? It is. We should come through that WhatsApp or some Google.
சார் அது டெலகிராம் சேனல் சார் அது.
ஓ டெலகிராம் சேனலுங்களா?
ஆமா ஆமா.
அது எப்படி அது கான்டாக்ட் பண்றது?
இப்போ அதை கொடுத்தாங்கல்ல ஒரு ஐடி, அதை நீங்க சர்ச் பண்ணீங்கன்னா உங்க டெலகிராம் சேனல் அது வந்துடும், அவ்வளவுதான். நீங்க அப்படியே ஜாயின் பண்ணிக்க வேண்டியதான்.
அது பாண்டிச்சேரி யூனிவர்சிட்டி கிரியேட் பண்ணதுங்களா?
இல்ல நம்ம கிரியேட் பண்ணது சார், சும்மா பசங்களுக்காக நம்ம கிரியேட் பண்ணது.
ஓகே அதுல ஸ்டடி மெட்டீரியல் சர்க்குலேட் பண்றீங்களா?
என்ன கிடைக்குதோ அதை அப்படியே உள்ள போட்டுக்கிறது, அவ்வளவுதான். அது மாதிரி தான், வேற ஒன்றும் இல்லை.
ஓகே சார். ஓகே இது வாட்ஸ்அப்ல போடுறது அது.
நீங்க டெலகிராம் ஆட் பண்ணுங்க, வந்துட்டீங்கன்னாவே அதை அப்படியே வாட்ஸ்அப் ஆட் பண்ணிக்கோங்க. நம்பர் இருக்கும் அதுல, அப்படியே நீங்க பார்த்து.
Hello. Anybody know when our internal exams will start?
அது அவங்க சொன்னாங்களா? MBA Bondi
Bro, Vidunaraj. So the internal will be start after the external. So they will intimate after the external only.
Oh, okay. It will. Okay.
சார் அந்த இது ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணி வச்சுங்களா? ஷெட்யூல் வந்துட்டுங்களா? இன்டர்னல் ஷெட்யூல்
இல்ல சார், இன்டர்னல் ஷெட்யூல் இன்னும் வரல. எக்ஸ்டர்னல் மட்டும் தான், எக்ஸாம் ஷெட்யூல் மட்டும் தான் வந்திருக்கு. எக்ஸ்டர்னல் முடிஞ்சதுக்கு அப்புறம் தான் இன்டர்னல் ஷெட்யூல். அது இன்னும் தரல எதுவும்.
Subhash, the channel, Telegram channel is meant for who is created, who is owning that channel?
No, only our guys only. Whoever will be there here, MBA studying, those only created that group. So in that WhatsApp group link will be there. So you can come through that.
Here nobody knows who is the admin of that group, right?
No, some guy name will be there. Pranab will be there, I think.
I have just joined that group and found nothing is there. If it is something for the benefit of someone creating the channel and getting the number of participants and gaining some monetary or commercial purpose, then it should not entertain that or encourage that until unless there is a study material or something is available.
In that no material available. Through the WhatsApp link only they shared those materials.
WhatsApp.
So that is the best way of only.
What is that WhatsApp? That group?
One minute, bro. I will check that number. Else I will check and I will check.
சார் அது வாட்ஸ்அப்ல தானே போய் பார்க்கணும். அதை
அதுவும் வாட்ஸ்அப் சேனல்
எது சார்?
First you have to go to the Telegram.
எந்த ஆப்ல சார் போய் அடிக்கணும்? அதை
டெலகிராம்ல போய் பாருங்க சார்.
There you have to join.
Okay. Anand,
WhatsApp group is providing the study materials.
why you are directing them to go to Telegram?
I am not directing them to go to Telegram. I am just guiding them what they want. That's it.
That is what I am asking. What is there in the Telegram channel? I just joined and seen nothing is there.
I also don't know, bro. It's just a group channel which our students created. So we are together in that. I also don't know.
No, that's what I'm telling you. If you do not know anything, no, don't please guide them for to do anything, because some people are commercializing this kind of channels.
Yeah,
this kind of channels.
Excuse me. There is no commercial thing is happening, right? So that was created by
So we are students here, bro. We are connecting for some
yeah,
information within
connecting.
ourselves. If you are not interested in joining that, no problem. You don't want to
Yeah,
join
you
in that.
don't join. So
Yeah,
very
Pachamuthu, this guy,
very
Pranab
difficult.
only created that link. You can
Yeah,
ask him whatever
even
you
I
Excuse
can.
have
me, the person who has a doubt of creating that private channels, sir, since you have joined just now, you will not be able to see the previous text. So obviously the group will be empty.
yeah.
So
So
probably you can just request them to send whatever they have sent previously.
correct. So if you have any question, just post your question.
Yeah,
Right.
post your queries. They're obviously going there to help you. It is not channelizing or made it for profit. It's just for mutual help that the groups have
And
been
it's your
created.
personal option whether to be there or not. And we are not connected. Yeah, and also it's difficult to share the WhatsApp link because that's a very big link. That's why we are telling to join a Telegram group which can be searched through that small keyword. That was the whole intention.
Actually, I got a link also through some of the participants here. I don't know whether this WhatsApp channel also working. Whether somebody is using that WhatsApp channel as well.
What is the name
Yeah,
of
you
Telegram group?
join. You join. It's very active, and like if you have any question, you can post it there.
There
People are
is no
responding.
issue, na, using that link, right?
It's a Telegram channel. It's like a WhatsApp, right? It's another
No, no,
version.
no.
Like
WhatsApp. I'm talking about WhatsApp channel. They had shared the last class. So they shared some number. If I try to chat with that, they shared me the link only.
Yeah, that is how everybody had joined.
So it's working. No, there is no issue in that.
Can somebody share the Telegram channel? Name of the Telegram channel? Hello?
MBA Pondicherry University.
I have not found out this Telegram channel. Can somebody share? Hello? नमस्कार जी. हाँ ठीक है.
I think the class is over, right?
yeah, class. Somebody asked about the channel. It is MBA, 3 letters MBA, then Pondi, Pondy, Pondi, UNI. So I'm getting auto muted, I think, because of the class over.
Yeah, I think
What is the name?
it's getting automated.
MBA, Pondi, UNI.
So this Telegram channel.
Sir, Telegram channel or Telegram?
Telegram channel. Whether the Google meeting is over.
So the class is over or the class will continue?